Can't film me in the bathroom, man. Yes.
Welcome everybody to day 8 of the Superbet Chess Classic in Romania. I'm International Master David Proust, joined once again by Grandmaster Irina Crush. Irina, how are you feeling for today?
Oh, I'm excited as we go into the final stretch of this tournament, David, to see if anyone can come in between Levon Aronian and Wesley So for the title of this tournament. They are currently tied for first place. But before we get into that, let's get into the format of the event. It is an all-play-all, what we call a round robin in chess. Winner gets a point, a draw gets half a point, a loss gets 0 points, and it is a classical time control of 90 minutes per side, plus 30-second increments per move, every single move until move 40. And after 40 moves, the players get an additional 30 minutes for the game, gives them a little bit of extra time for that final part. And they're always getting 30-second increments, 30-second increment per move. Let's take a look at the prizes for this tournament.
All right, we've got a very large prize fund for this tournament, total of 350,000, including 100,000 for the winner, 65,000 for second place, and 48,000 for third place. And yeah, those are big prizes here.
Yes, and the players are also competing for the overall prizes in the Grand Chess Tour. For that, they have to place amongst the top 3 in the cumulative series of events. Mm-hmm. And the top place prize for that also is $100,000. So there is something extra to play for besides just the prize fund in this tournament. The players are going for points in the Grand Chess Tour.
Right. And 9 out of the 10 participants at this tournament are official members of the tour, meaning they will show up at event after event. The other classical event is the Sinkfield Cup. The next event, this being the first, the next event will be the Superbet Rapid and Blitz in Poland in 1 week. So everybody you see here in the leaderboard, other than Bogdan Daniel Diak, is a full member of the tour, and you can expect to see them at the further events. So as Irina said, Wesley and Levon are tied in first place here. And sadly, we see Richard Rapport all the way at the bottom. Big fans of his, but yesterday he hung a rook while caught up in complicated thoughts.
Yes, and we got Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He was the beneficiary of that blunder. And we see that he's actually in third place. Quite, I think, a good position for him, given that his tournament hasn't been super smooth, but he does have 2 wins to his credit. And Alireza Firouzja getting his first win yesterday. I kind of would like to see Firouzja do well, and actually here's his chance today, because let's take a look at the pairings. He is playing against the tournament leader Wesley So today. Unfortunately for him, he's playing with the black pieces. Maybe that's fine though. If he trots out his King's Indian defense.
Yikes. Do you think he might, or would you expect more of the classic Queen's Gambit declined from him today?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to say that King's Indian is likely. I don't consider it super likely, but I would not be shocked. I mean, he's a point behind the tournament leader, and I don't know. I assume that, he has some ambition as a young player who's rated 2,800. Like, I mean, if he plays the Queen's Gambit decline today, I would say it is sending us a message that he's not that, believing in his chances to try to win this tournament. So I think there is a reasonable chance we might see the King's Indian, but that's provided that Wesley plays d4, and we been kind of hard to predict Wesley's first move. Then we got Mamedyarov versus Dominguez. So what do you think about this matchup, David?
Yeah, Mamedyarov finally got on the board yesterday with black, one of 2 wins with black. So, I mean, I always imagine that somebody who's just won with black is going to be in really, really good spirits. It's like, let's say he'd lost yesterday against Nepo, he would have just been praying for the tournament to end, And now suddenly he sees the whole world in a new light. He's probably thinking, if I win my last 2 games, I can finish on +1 and earn a lot of money. So I imagine he'll be pretty enthusiastic as he goes into this match. That said, Dominguez doesn't lose very often. I think that's also Firouzja's problem, is Wesley doesn't lose very often. So,
but Dominguez is playing black again, as he was yesterday, and so they're like basically at opposite poles. Mamedyarov won with black yesterday. Dominguez lost with black yesterday. So in that sense, I definitely see this as a favorable matchup for Mamedyarov because the winds are blowing in his favor. Dominguez not only losing, but then getting the same black color again, so having to defend again from the outset. Well, I think Mamedyarov has a decent chance in this game. So then we have...
Yeah. Okay. No, you're right. We wanted to remind people as the games are starting about voting on the results. So you can go to chess.com/events, find the correct board. And then there's a little button up in the top right for voting. You click on that. You select the player who you think will win or lose that game. What should I put for Mamedyarov versus Dominguez, Irina, that you're just talking about?
I'm trying to find this voting thing. So I click on it. Now I don't see where I'm supposed to vote, David, but I guess maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm not signed into my account or something like that. But who would you vote? Yeah, I would go for Mamedyarov, sure.
All right. I voted for him for you, for Mamedyarov to win this game.
Yeah.
And folks, you can vote up to 10 moves into the round. But watch out. Sometimes they blitz out that theory pretty fast. But in theory, you can wait to see their opening. And now we're going to see all 5 boards up here. Irina, you can keep talking us through the different matchups as well as predicting the openings. But this way, whenever the moves come in, we'll be ready to catch them because it could be any moment now.
Yeah. So, okay, we got Vachier versus Diak. I mean, I do think that Vachier will open with e4. I mean, we've seen that actually Diak, what has he been playing as black? He played the Najdorf against Dominguez, and so I think Vachier should be happy with that prospect. I mean, he's in second. In second place, behind Levon Aronian and Wesley So, and if he gets to win, he can catch up to them.
Yeah.
Then we got Caruana.
Also, in general, younger players, if you've got a younger player who always plays e4 or who always plays d4, it's generally advantageous to play against them the opposite move from what they play. A d4 player is usually going to be less comfortable against 1e4, and an e4 player less comfortable against d4. So last time we saw Maxime, he was making a foray into 1d4 territory against Aronian. It was ugly. I'd like to see him back on e4 today for sure.
Yes, I hope we get to see a Sicilian in that game and that he just lets Diak play his opening repertoire. Then we got Caruana versus Report. Well, I am definitely excited about that matchup. I mean, the Report might not have a lot of points, but it's not for lack of trying. It's not because he hasn't been playing fighting chess. I would say that him being at the bottom of the table is like, well, I mean, it's kind of like bad luck in a way, right? It's not really that he's been getting outplayed. I mean, he made this huge blunder yesterday from a totally normal position. And then he also blundered on move 40 against Diak from a better position. So the fact that he's at the bottom of the table, I don't think it means that he's like in terrible shape. he can certainly turn things around. But on the other hand, Caruana is not the easiest player to do that against. I mean,
No.
he's really well prepared, like usually controls the game quite well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you would really want to somehow surprise Caruana in the opening. And I would say the same thing for Mamedyarov against Dominguez. I think in both those matches, it would be very, very important to somehow get them out of their opening prep if you want to increase your chances of getting some play. And I don't know how ambitious Richard should be here. Given that he's got black against such a strong opponent and he's not really playing for the win in the tournament. Obviously, I love to see creativity from him every time.
Yeah, it's a little harder to be creative when you're on the cusp of -3 in a tournament. I think at that point you might, want to put on the brakes psychologically a little bit. So there is that factor. We're going to be able to tell a lot from his opening choices. Obviously, I think in the first 10 moves, we're going to see how he's feeling about the game. And then we finally have Nepo versus Aronian. I mean, there's actually quite a big matchup as well, since Aronian is the tournament leader. He's playing black. I assume he would be pretty satisfied with a draw. I mean, he seemed okay with a draw yesterday as white. Maybe it wasn't intentional, but like ultimately he was just like, all right, it's time to get all the pieces off the board against Caruana. And I think, him as black, like, yeah, Aronian will just try to play something normal and solid and stay atop the tournament standings. I think that would probably be a reasonable approach from him.
Yeah, I think because of Nepo's victory in the candidates tournament and sort of higher profile as the challenger for the World Championship last year, people now know him as a player better than they did before, and they know better his strengths and weaknesses. And so this may now be common knowledge to people watching here, but Nepo does better at the beginning of tournaments than at the end of tournaments, right? Some people warm up, other people lose focus, other people get tired, other people are solid every day, right? So Nepo tends to get tired towards the end of a long event. And I think he benefited from the candidates tournament being split into two halves last time. I mean, nobody really, has benefited from the pandemic, but
I'm sure lots of people have in their own way.
That's true. People selling like COVID tests and stuff, but or vaccines. But okay, we can say that Nepo has had a few collapses in his life at the end of tournaments. And he lost yesterday to Mamedyarov. And it is certainly possible for him to slide in these last 2 days, today and tomorrow. So I would say for Aronian, there's definitely chances, even though he's got black, he's got an unpredictable opponent.
That's true. That's a really good point, David. That's right. I mean, Nepo is, I guess, a person of moods, right? And so he can't be like in a very amazing mood after yesterday's sad loss with the white pieces from a better position. So how he's going to be feeling about this one, I don't know, but you're right. He's not the most stable player, and he might open up chances for Aronian. And I think Aronian for sure is going to be, psychologically ready to grab them, because overall, I think Aronian's been playing quite, he's been trying to be ambitious, I think, right? I mean, okay, it didn't work out yesterday, but I think overall his mindset is quite ambitious.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think, he might look for a chance there. There is a pretty big difference between first place and second place. I guess people should be looking to us for the answer, but I don't know at the moment what the answer is. If there's a tie for first place and then they play a tiebreaker, I mean, does that tiebreaker make a $30,000 difference in the prizes? Like if you lose a blitz game, do you lose $35,000 $5,000 at the end of the event.
I don't know the regulations for this particular tournament that closely, but if you had to ask me to make a guess, I would say yes, it would make a difference of 35,000. I mean, because it does that seems to be like how the St. Louis Chess Club likes to do things, right? Like there is a tie break and the winner takes all. So money is not split amongst, first and second place. So if they follow the system they have in the US tournaments here, then certainly that playoff game will matter a lot. But we'll see when we get there. Those playoffs might be tomorrow, guys. The rounds will start earlier. And if needed, there's going to be a playoff. That would be pretty exciting. But let's try to guess some of these opening moves before they're made. We're actually 10 minutes into the game and we don't have any moves, but maybe that just gives us a chance to make some predictions. So versus Firouzja, I'm predicting D4.
Okay. Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. D4 from Wesley. And Nepo versus Aronian.
Yeah, E4.
E4.
He just always do that. Yeah, Vachier also E4.
Vachier E4, yes, please.
And Caruana, now that's an interesting one. I think D4 Caruana.
Yeah, we talked about that game a little bit more from Rapport's perspective than from Fabi's perspective. What's Fabi looking at right now in the tournament? He's on an even score, playing reasonably well. This might be his last white. He should look to try to win the game.
Yeah, so I think, D4, we could expect a Nimzo. I think, that's a reasonable place for Fabi to kind of look at for an opening advantage.
I feel like normally Fabi tries to win his games fairly proactively from the opening, and at this tournament he hasn't. And I guess that's just hiding candidate stuff, so like if he's got a plan, an opening plan for how to beat Rapport, he's gonna save it for next month. So
and then
I think that's holding Fabi back a little bit, which is fine. We get to see him sort of just grind more equal positions a little bit more this way. So.
Yeah, what's interesting? We've pointed this out earlier, but the two players who are leading the tournament are the ones who are not playing in the candidates, right? Aronian and So. And I think that is probably not accidental. The rest of the players, they do have something that is holding them back in terms of showing the extent of their opening preparation. So they might just be, coasting by at acceptable lines and not showing their best stuff. While So and Aronian have nothing to hide, can just use, all of their opening ideas. Although, David, to be honest, when I think about it, I cannot say that Aronian or So are really winning because of their opening ideas, right? That's not exactly the case either.
Yeah, Wesley's won purely off of grinding as well. So far, but I guess Aronian's definitely gone for normal openings. Winning out of the opening is less a part of Wesley's game than it is a part of Fabi's game. So you'll like sort of notice it missing a little bit less, I guess.
Guys, we are going to go on a break. We're going to come back to you with the games. The games have started and we're just going to get the moves and we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Welcome back, everybody, to chess.com's coverage of the Superbet Chess Classic, Romania 2022. Coverage which will probably be improved by the fact that we now can see the games that we're supposed to cover. And I think we can start off by looking around and checking all the openings and seeing how our predictions came through. So Wesley, you predicted 1d4, and it looks like he has played the Exchange King's Indian. So Firouzja can definitely say that he tried. He took the big risk. But Wesley is going to show why he never loses any chess games.
Yeah, kind of props to Firouzja for going for the most aggressive opening in his repertoire. Definitely, well, one of the most aggressive openings in chess where Black takes the most risk. And well, Wesley has, chosen a line that you can't exactly call too inspiring. I mean, maybe he's hoping for an edge in the end game. It is possible here for white to hope for something. I think black now has to make a decision, right? Like rook e8 is the main move, but there are other moves as well. What other moves can black play other than rook e8? There's rook f8. I think there's rook f8, right? That weird move. It's actually possible for black. Can black also just go knight a6 in this position?
Okay, knight a6 makes sense. And then on knight d5, there's rook d6.
Yeah, I'm trying to protect the c7 pawn and then rook d6. But I mean, rook e8 is by far the main move, so I guess that's what I'm expecting him to play. Yeah.
Okay, let's look around at other predictions. Nepo, we predicted e4 in an Italian game against Levon. We got that. Vachier played e4 against Diak. You got that as well. Unfortunately, Diak.
But it's a Petrov, not a Sicilian. Yeah.
Fortunately, Diak was like, Najdorf against MVL. Yeah. And he backed off. That's unfortunate, but not a big surprise. I mean, I would have said it would have been somewhat suicidal to play Najdorf against MVL, but I mean, it's also a good way to, check if your Najdorf is up to the final exam standards. Then we've got Caruana Rapport, and they're playing this now exceedingly popular line of the Sicilian. Caruana is testing this as black himself, and Rapport playing it as black against him today. I don't know how Fabi could play this game without showing sort of what he thinks of this opening. Or
yeah, so interesting. Now, is this not the first time the Rapport is doing this in this tournament, right? I think it was on the day that I wasn't here that he had a game in this. Can you fill us in on that, David?
I probably wasn't there either. Was it the second round?
Yeah, I actually, you know what? I can probably find it.
Okay.
Round 2, I got it right here. Yes, that was his game against, no, that was his game against Mamadar. So it must have been round 3. It would be very interesting to find that game. Here we go.
Oh, right. He had white in that game.
Oh, white against Diak, really? That was that
round
game?
3.
No, that wasn't it. So it must have been round 4, perhaps. I think it was round 4. That's right. I think after 3 days, I had a break. So round 4, he was there. We go. Firouzja.
Rook endgame with Firouzja.
Yeah, there we go. So Rapport did play this opening in the tournament before against Firouzja, who also likes to play that knight c6 e5 line. And I'm just looking for where is the difference. Okay, so where are they right now? They're with the black. I'm trying to find the game. Oh wow, they're in the end game already. Can you show us the game, David? I'm going to tell you where.
I can show you how they got there, and you can tell us what's different. I will start. Oh wow, I need to start further back than this. So yeah,
let's go from the bird's eye view to
wow. Richard played a really, really different move order. He played bishop b7 here on move 8.
Oh, instead of queen c7, right? And in his previous game, he played, the main move queen c7, provoking f4, and then queen b6. Okay, this is a totally different line, right? Actually, not that familiar with bishop b7.
Right. c4 was played by Fabi. And then c5. Just saying bishop on b7, good luck. And now he gets his tempo on e5 at a different time here with queen b8 instead of c7. And then after f4 brings out the bishop, and the knight is defended by the queen.
This kind of reminds me, I feel like I have seen something like this before, maybe in some computer games. So the concept is, you trade off as many pieces as you can. White has a lot of pawns on dark squares. Doesn't work too well with his dark squared bishop, but he has a massive space advantage. Black has the backwards D7 pawn, but I guess black will be able to put a knight on D5 in all situations. That's a pretty big idea in this position. And after, so what happened after bishop? Oh, he played bishop E2. Is that the
bishop
final?
E2. And Rapport just chased the trade down, and then the queen trade on the light squares as well. Just trading off everything that could get in the way of his light square master plan.
Knight D5. Wow. And this is the final position.
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks to me quite risky for black. Just first impression of this position. You just have so little space for your king, right? I can see, almost all pieces trading off, and then you lose because your king can't get to the B pawn or something.
But let me to show you like a possible way the black can play here. Maybe he's going to go for this move F5.
Oh, creating a little square for the king.
Yeah, because I mean, there's no real point in playing bishop E7 and castle and taking the king out of the center completely. So I think F5, very typical idea in these lines anyway. And
I'll play a move for white because it's white's move.
Yeah, now you might have to, like, let's say you go into D6. I guess I will be taking you. I hope that that's going to work. I mean, a little scary, but like, let's say you take with the C pawn. Right. So by the way, can I castle long here? No, you win my A7 pawn. Although, yeah, if I take on E3, castle long, your rook gets into C7. So basically, yeah, castles long is probably not possible in this position. It would have been nice. Like, I just want to show, like, if I could play castles, David, like if I could play castles and you couldn't take my pawn in A7. Actually, wait, if you take my pawn in A7, you have 4 pawn hangs. So the point is, like, if you go rook C1 and I go king B7, like, I feel pretty comfortable here as black. Unless, yeah, I mean, you can go A4 and I can go B4, but I think black has, from the looks of it, a decent position. I mean, there could be something amazing that I'm not seeing, but
yeah, I would say without the time to grab A7, this will hold together for black with the king in the correct area. But probably because of bishop A7, you would end up using this new square you created for yourself with F5. And then the question becomes, if the rook's traded on the C file and the white king ran for the B pawn, does black have the resources to hold it together? And probably white starts with A4 here to try and get black to play B4 and make more of a route for the king later on.
Yeah, I guess there's also A6, right? We can try to play A6 and hold on to the A file. King F7.
Yeah, that looks like a pretty solid idea.
Yeah, I mean, okay, again, Report is doing something rather dubious looking, but there's certainly a concept behind it.
Yeah.
And they already traded the queens there in the end game so early. That's but at least it's an interesting end game.
Yeah, absolutely. No problem with this one. Seeing an original position, it's going to have some very interesting questions. And I think the last game where we didn't check our opening predictions was Mamedyarov against Dominguez. In fact, what do you expect Mamedyarov played in that game?
Well, yeah, I did expect D4, and I think we did have D4. And was it a Queen's Gambit accepted? Because I know that Mamedyarov, I'm sorry, that Dominguez likes to play the Queen's Gambit accepted, just like I do. So
yeah, I was hoping for an English opening from Shock.
You know what I'm doing, David? I'm actually looking up this line with bishop b7. I remember seeing something like this. I want to see how much theory there really is in this. Yeah, it's definitely been played. computers have been playing it. That is correct. So I remembered seeing some ideas like that, and it's featured in quite a lot of games. I mean, of computers, and I'm sure that means that it's probably featured in a number of Grandmaster games as well. That move that report tried. And let's see, top player who's played it recently and lost was Abbasov Najad from Azerbaijan. He played the European Championships just last month, and he lost in like 29 moves to Ivan Saric. And their game went very similarly, actually. Like, a lot of similar moves. Then it started to differ from the Caruana report game. But yeah, so I see one of the ideas for white, like in that game, if black wouldn't have traded queens, white tries to use that space advantage to like play a 5. So I think that based on that game, this is why report went for this queen trade. Yeah, later on down the line, like white can start an attack on the king side.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see from black's perspective, you're bottled up and you need to either fight for space or take off a lot of pieces. I mean, I find this line a little bit concerning for black, but that's sort of generally the thing about rapport is he plays ideas that don't look obvious to me, things that I may not understand or I might be afraid to do.
Computer suggests Fabi should play your line and then stack rook on h8 for report's knight. Stack, you probably mean rook on h1 for
rook hd1 takes d5. So something like
so
this.
Whoops, yeah, sorry. I have definitely been thinking about that exchange sack and like lots of lines. Yes, because the knight is so strong. You're absolutely correct, Kentis, that there are positions where like rook for knight exchange sack would be extremely appropriate. So we might even see something like that on the board today. I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the first ideas I had was could white arrange some kind of place where they can do that, but this first variation that we've come up with Irina's f5 move, it doesn't look promising to me in this position to play the exchange sack where black's immediately coming to c2 and doubling rooks on the c file. Like, I don't see a very effective way to implement it right here, but we'll see.
Yeah, so shall we go back to the game that you started showing us, David, the Mamedyarov Dominguez game and the Queen's Gambit accepted?
Sure.
And it featured this popular move b3. Like, we've really been seeing b3 so much against the Queen's Gambit accepted. It's amazing because, like, 20 years ago when I was, playing this opening and playing it a lot, like, you would just never see the move b3. Like, it was not even on anyone's radar. And in the last few years, like, it's made its way into top GM games. I don't know if it's terribly exciting. I mean, so far in this tournament, we've seen it, and it hasn't been terribly exciting. We've seen it a couple of times. So Mamedyarov is going for that same move. Let's see, what he comes up with. And actually interesting because Dominguez doesn't take on d4, and we've seen some captures on d4 early in this position. He plays without that. He goes with b5, bishop b2, and just kind of develops, never captures on d4.
Yeah.
And
only once Shock plays knight e5, then suddenly he took.
Yeah, very understandable. So basically he's saying, look, you can either go for a bad isolated pawn position with e takes, which Shaq is just not going to do. I don't believe that this move is positionally viable at the GM level. Or, he's going to just take on d4 with the bishop, or maybe throw in like knight takes d7 if that is helpful to him in any way, which I don't really see necessarily how it would be helpful, but it's something he can think about. What are your thoughts here, David?
Well, I mean, so far, it doesn't seem like white has very much. Okay, shock traded the rook. I mean,
Now
I
he
guess
traded the
white
knight.
has the c4 square. The question is there anything to attack from the c4 square?
Yeah, so now is a really big choice for black, David, because both captures, I think, with the knight and the queen are possible.
mhm.
Now, on knight
Yeah.
takes, my concept of taking with the knight is that on bishop takes d4, I go something like bishop f6.
Yeah.
And this is a very important idea in this position, because in general, it might be hard for, the viewers to understand at this point, but like white basically plays against the bishop on e7, against the dark squared bishop because of that pawn on b4. And there are dream scenarios for white where he trades off all the pieces, plants a knight on c4, and tries to win the end game, versus the bishop on, f6 or e7, especially if white also gets like an open file for the rook. So I'm trying to trade this piece off. I would say it's quite a normal idea for black. Now, the computer seems to not love it. Probably there are some tactical issues immediately with bishop f6, knight f6, or even knight c4 right away, David.
Knight c4 threatening this, and then you castle, and then perhaps knight d6 anyway, leaving the a6 pawn weak.
Yeah, because here the problem is that white has kept his light squared bishop, and the light squared bishop could also be a little problematic, yeah, against black's queen side. So basically, the idea of trading the dark squared bishops is very typical, but of course, you have to make sure you got the time to do it all.
Right. So this could look something like here, and I don't know which way to trade first. It should be about the same.
And then maybe centralize the queen, or to d6 perhaps even.
Queen d3 for the tempo, and then rook d1, and try to make something of the a5 pawn.
Yeah.
It's not so clear.
Not so clear. But there's still some pressure because it's hard for you to play knight d5, right? Because of bishop f3.
Mm-hmm.
Getting into the pin. And so like going back to the current position. So what happens if he takes with the queen? Let's figure that out.
Okay, so the other option would be to take with the queen. I assume white would take back the pawn and black would castle.
Mm-hmm. And then, so then we have to figure out, is white going to play a move like bishop f3?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the other idea, that because of white's pawns on a4 and b3, he doesn't mind generally trading that bishop. And yeah, I mean, this is what actually, like, he'll trade the bishop. At some point, bishop f6 is actually a trade that he's interested in making.
Right. Trying to isolate black's dark squared bishop again.
Like even here, I wonder, David, can we make it work? Like bishop takes f6 and bishop f3, or is it, in terms of tempos, it's not so easy to make it work, but let's just try it.
Okay. So you're going to take that.
Yeah, I feel like it's premature, but.
And then you're going to go bishop f3 right away, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
but
I don't
an
like
issue
it
here
when
is that black can
development
just take it, and now your knight's not rooted to somewhere good.
Right.
Once you go here, rook d8, and black is great.
Yeah, the knight is completely in the wrong spot. So no, white is not developed enough to try this plan just yet. So let's go back a little bit and figure out what to do here for white. So
probably put the knight in a good direction first, and then maybe even play bishop f3 next, and leave bishop takes f6 as sort of an idea once we're a little further along.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's a kind of like a very comfortable position for white with that outpost on c4. And it can get unpleasant for black. Like it could peter out, but it could also be unpleasant for black. And so I'm not surprised that he's spending some time here on this recapture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, knight d7 with bishop f6, that made a lot of sense. Whereas queen d7 just sort of gets you castled, gets your rook into the center a little bit faster. So both have their advantages. I want to check out Aronian and Nepomniachtchi for a second. Ooh, maybe not for long. So queen e4 here from Nepo. Looks like that move solved white's problems. I was like a little concerned before he played queen e4 that Levon could go knight f4, knight d3 because white's a1 rook is really lagging for getting into the game. But I guess queen e4 was a-okay for black.
Everything kind of got traded off in this position. Yeah, David?
Yeah, the queens came off here. I would have maybe preferred bishop g6. I mean, bringing white's knight to e4 seems like the end of any advantage for black.
Yeah, so this is like very much, well, I mean, okay, the bishop on b3 still there is a good piece, right? So the question is, are you going to be able to use that piece? So bishop g6 and then maybe bishop f4. I mean, I can actually see some pressure from white, right? I mean, if anyone has pressure, it's white.
I think Levon will trade on d1 to slow down the bishop and rook a little bit.
Yeah. Yes, he puts that on the board, and after bishop d1, bishop g6, bishop f4. I still, he still ties black down to c7 a bit. How does black deal with that? I mean, going rook c8 is not very attractive, is it?
No, you're right. That is noticeably annoying.
Actually, the bishop at f6 is not very good because it just stares into a pawn chain. And the bishop on g6 is kind of on an empty diagonal. So at least when we go, you see, when we put our bishops on b3 and f4, we actually attack targets. And that could be a difference that gives white a bit of an edge in this endgame.
That's true.
Look at that explanation, guys.
I mean, I totally didn't see it till you mentioned it. I slightly preferred black because they developed slightly faster. And now I'm seeing the quality as well as the quantity. Just, yeah, white's actually attacking something.
And also the knight on c6 totally restricted by that pawn. It's just in this end game, like the key formation is this b2 and c3 pawns, right? Because they actually kill two pieces. And it's a very effective pawn formation in chess when you set up a mini pawn chain that actually restricts your opponent's bishop and knight at the same time. Very typical and very effective. And white's knight on f3 is not similarly restricted by anything, right? The knight, well, it can't really go anywhere now, but potentially it has e5, it has g5, and I expect that white will move the bishop probably to b3. I mean, I don't know, he could go to e2, I suppose, or even a4. I don't know how much of a threat bishop takes c6 would be. Probably not terrible threat. I don't know if white wants to really give up that bishop like that. But yeah, no, I mean, c7 is the real question. Like, who is protecting that pawn?
Right. And then the next question might be rook d1 with the idea of rook d7. And how does white want to handle that? And I mean, how does black want to handle that if they put their rook on c8, for example? Bishop b3, rook d1, idea rook to d7. And another question white can ask at some point is h4, h5.
Yeah.
So
It's an idea. It's an idea. No, this is actually like at first when I saw the pieces coming off the board, I was like, oh, Nepo is just not very motivated. But actually, no, I don't think so. I think there is some bite to his play, and I don't think this position is as simple as you would think, because all of Black's pieces have the potential to be worse than all of White's pieces. And it's kind of amazing how like he can't really sack the pawn, right? Because his rook can be the first one to go into an open file. It can go to E8 or D8, but he doesn't have infiltration squares. He doesn't have rook E1. He doesn't have rook D2. He doesn't have rook E2. So, usually what we would like to do is, let's say, activate a rook, for activity. Well, yeah, activate the rook for activity. I know that sounds great. Activate the rook, sack the pawn, but here there's not really much of a point.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no good way to use Black's tiny advantage. So White's tiny advantage is much more prominent. Okay.
I mean, I suppose, David, like with bishop e3, there is an issue of knight a5, of course, right? Like Black will want to challenge that bishop. Doesn't have any obvious squares to go to. I mean, like let's put rook c8 on the board, sure. If you go bishop b3, knight a5, seems a bit annoying, I would say. I mean, I don't think rook d1 and rook d7 is that powerful.
Yeah, Black seems to have a way to cover that, right? Bishop e4, maybe, or even just bishop c2.
Yeah,
right.
I'm not a fan of giving up the bishop pair, obviously.
Right. So we could go bishop e4, c6, and then if White wants to play rook d7. Well, yeah, I don't know what White would do to do anything.
At this point, David, you can even play rook d8. Like Black's position is so comfortable, they can even go rook d8.
Yeah. And then the other option is you go bishop c2, and I'm not sure that White is supposed to be better than Black here, right?
Wow, look at that. Look what he just played. Did we all look at knight b4? No, because for that we would have to see some cool tactics, and that did not occur to us because first we've been going through the positional stuff. All right, so knight b4. Yes, well, we understand the point of that.
Unreal.
Knight is immune to capture.
That is unreal. How did he come up with that move?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's doable, but yeah, I mean, he tries to improve the knight that was terrible on c6. Yeah, and he wants to go to d3 or d5, and actually makes a lot of sense. Of course, there's some things to check. So on g5, there's like intermediate attacks on the bishop. He can go knight d3 or knight d5. Yeah, knight d3. I guess a lot of compensation for Black. He's actually really improved his knight.
I guess on rook b1, he can just repeat moves with knight b4, right?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, rook a1. You still can't take on a2, and then rook c2. It's not that simple.
Yeah, maybe there.
What do we do against
there
rook
you have
a1?
rook c. Yeah, you can actually keep going in your line probably.
Take this pawn. Oh no, my line was okay.
Yeah, I think your line was not bad. Knight b4, like rook c1, knight d3, rook c2, rook c8. Just keep going. And
bishop g3.
Yeah. I was thinking about knight b4 here, but I guess you just escape. I mean, winning the a2 pawn is not exactly, it's not exactly impressive. We don't want to win that pawn and get our knight trapped.
Yeah, no, we're not coming out if we ever take that one.
So let's go back a little bit. So you're saying a knight b4, you want to just take the pawn. Is that it? Or g5 first?
More or less. Yeah, we played g5 first because you said he had to calculate, an intermediate move. And I was like, oh, yeah, he does.
And by the way, so what's wrong with taking the pawn immediately?
Oh, sorry.
What exactly is the concept? No, the pawn, not the knight.
I mean, I assume the plan is to play knight d3 and just say that white doesn't have a good way to defend b2. I mean, if the b pawn moves, c3 hangs, so we're basically looking at rook b1.
And then knight f2.
Maybe knight f2 is the move that I should have played before.
Oh, right. The rook b1, there's just knight f2, right?
Yeah.
That's just a free pawn that black gets back. The engine likes c3 takes knight. Okay, wow, really? That's possible? How is that possible?
It's possible because bishop b2 trapping the rook,
c1.
bishop e5.
Oh, bishop e5. I even thought rook c1. Same idea.
Oh yeah, same thing more or less, right?
Yes.
Same thing, takes.
So you actually can take it. And black has a rook and pawn versus two pieces.
Clear advantage for white.
Yeah. So he will,
unless there's something really unusual going on.
Really unusual. Black needs to activate that rook really fast and try to invade somewhere. But yeah, it feels better for white, right?
Yeah, I think black needs to play like bishop e4 to d5 or something. And I don't know, this looks quite risky. Is there any tactical move here we're missing? So knight b4 takes, bishop takes. That must be the plan. And then rook c1 or bishop e5. Yeah, I mean, I don't see what black can do better than taking. Rook d8, bishop b3 doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, no, I think this is what we're going to see. We're going to see the two pieces versus rook and pawn endgame. Seems quite clear now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because at first glance, I was just like, oh, the knight cannot be taken. The rook is trapped, but that's not actually the end of the story at all. So thanks to our chat for pointing that out. Rook d8 after c1. Yeah, I mean, you can put your move bishop e3 on the board there, David.
Yeah. Bishop comes here. And yeah, I mean, now you have to take. If you keep like trying to be fancy and like tie white up with tactics, there's rook e1 winning the game here. A very, very easy move for white. So now you definitely need to take. You can try rook d3 here, but bishop e3. And the knight's very solid and it can pick its moment to go and not worry about h3. And, right now, black has no way to break up white's bishop pair. As long as white has the bishop pair on the board, I would argue that black is somewhere between much worse and technically lost.
Yeah, it is kind of amazing how those bishops are like controlling everything and not letting the rook really free reign over the open file.
Yeah.
So I guess black really would want to trade a pair of bishops. So is there any way for black to do that? Try to get a light squared bishop trade?
So if we didn't have the light squared bishops on the board, then the rook would still be hard pressed to fight the knight and bishop, but it's
not as much. Yeah, it's not as much.
Doable. Because I wouldn't be talking about the losing word. But here, with this move order with rook d3, I've already made black's position worse. Like it's too late to play this bishop e4 to d5 maneuver because knight e5 is coming too fast. So we could try and relax from black's perspective and not try this rook d8 thing. And what I was saying black might do here is play bishop e4 straight to d5. just try to occupy the best light square diagonals and then make the white bishop come to you. Or yeah, I mean, this is my suggested defensive technique, is to do something like this. I just rush here before white's bishop takes over.
Yeah, but the problem is we haven't actually gotten the trade. I really wanted to trade, but so
I mean, we can't force that trade. I can't imagine we can. I think
it's interesting that he's thinking. So Nepo clearly was surprised by this move and hasn't made a response yet. Although I do think ultimately he will figure out that he needs to take that knight. So shall we move on to another game, David? Let's see what looks interesting. Okay, let's take a look at well, Caruana has made, yeah, we can look at Caruana report. They haven't made too many moves, but let's get a little update.
Bishop D2.
So F5 hasn't happened yet in this position.
No. Bishop D2 was played here. I think before I'd played the move Bishop E3 for Fabi, and that's where you had tried F5. So Caruana just played Bishop D2, so he's not looking at A7 as intently. I wonder if maybe Rapport could have castled queenside here, since A7 isn't attacked, and tried to rush that king to B7 to cover that area. I imagine the biggest question would have been A4 for white if he did that, right?
Yeah. So
A4
to explain to you guys, if you trade the move A5 that Rapport played, it's a prophylactic move against white opening the queen side, because the pawn move looks pretty mysterious, right? Like, I mean, it's not like you're not trying to really attack or even take space, but what you're trying to do is to make sure that if A4 happens, you can just go B4 and lock down the queen side without letting white's rook open up. I think that is really the main point of this A5 move. It seems quite clever to me, and definitely, like you were pointing out, David, castle's queenside would just run straight into this idea with A4.
So if you take, then A7 is perhaps terminally weak. Yeah, I mean, yeah, just brutally weak. And if you push, then what white does is white plays A5. You can never connect these pawns, and the B pawn is going to be an issue since it's all on its own there.
Yeah, that is an issue. So he played A5 and Caruana played rook HC1. So now, okay, rook HC1, interesting. Now black still cannot castle, actually, because the pawn in A5 will hang. Is he finally going to go for F5? I mean, the move that I've been sort of mentioning, is it time for that now?
Whoa, look at Rapport's clock. Was A5 within his preparation?
Well, he finally took some time on something. So I don't think he played everything instantly. If he would have played instantly, he would have had even more time. So he took some time. But A5, I mean, I'm sure he's familiar with the ideas in the position, right? Like when you're going into such an end game, you want to at least have the main sources of danger taken care of. So I don't think, even if it wasn't specifically his preparation, like he must have seen these ideas before.
Yeah. So rook on C1, I imagine that's mainly to play knight D6, check, bishop takes D6, C takes D6 at some point. It doesn't seem as likely to me that white would push C6.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like F5 needs to be played at some point, right? I mean, you got to like make a square for your king, push back the knight.
Yeah, right? Do you think C6 is an idea for white or not?
I think so. I mean, I think it's an idea. You know, how dangerous it is, I don't know, but it's certainly an idea. So what are you going to do after F5?
Well, I'm going to assume that his plan is knight D6, and I will follow it.
All right. So my plan is to take, and now, yeah. Well, I suppose I will just be going king f7 and saying, look, you can't really infiltrate anywhere.
Okay. Now I can see the exchange stack coming in at some point. Here I
Yes,
can imagine it.
Except, David, my king is perfectly positioned to meet that exchange stack.
Oh, yeah.
I can always put my king on e6, beautiful blockading square, and you have a bishop on d2, not a knight on d4, right? After this exchange stack.
Yeah, the exchange stack doesn't get rid of my bad piece, unfortunately.
Now I have to think about it, right? So I have to think, should I just go rook h to b8 and just sit and defend that pawn? Or perhaps, b4 is fine, David. Oh, there's also a point at which I can probably just allow you to play a3. I think, rook f8 is normal, but also you can put b4 on the board. Let's see how that goes.
Okay, b4. So the question is whether a3 is a problem, huh?
Yes. How big of a problem is this? Or maybe even like a4, but probably a3. Yeah, I kind of am letting you have a bit of targets, right? And then you can go rook b5 and start attacking that pawn. Still not so clear, I would say, but perhaps black should be careful about that.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting that he's thinking. So f5 is not on the board, despite how it seems to me to be the prime candidate move.
Right. Yeah,
I mean, taking en passant makes no sense, right? Really doesn't give white anything.
Taking en passant. You would take back with the G pawn, just adding pawns to the center.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that looks like white's main idea disappears. There would have to be something really concrete.
It's interesting how this whole position rests on the knight on d5. Because black has this really good knight on an outpost, it's sort of allowing him to hold the balance, even though there's other clear disadvantages in his position, like the fact that his development isn't great, like the fact that white has more space, but the knight on d5 holds everything together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Big knight. Let's ask just another question, Irina. After f5, what if we play knight c3 instead of knight d6?
So I'm telling you about the strong knight, David, and then you use that explanation against me, huh?
Yeah. In order to, explore with you.
Yeah.
So let's say we trade that beast. I mean, again, I haven't gotten rid of my bad piece yet, but I'm just trying something a little bit different there. The f8 bishop is a little bit more restrained by white's pawn structure than the d5 knight was. So perhaps my chances are better here.
Yes, no, I completely agree. This is actually a very interesting retreat for knight to fight against my knight on d5. And here black is kind of losing the redeeming things about his position, because now, d7 pawn is like a permanent weakness. It's been exposed. You can go bishop e3 and switch over to attacking it as one plan.
Mm-hmm.
You can also at some point, you can actually get through with your c6 idea, trying to just open up the lines and invade with the rooks. So I guess that is the move that is making f5 problematic, and that's why he didn't play it. He played bishop e7 instead.
And I was thinking of playing rook a c1 to defend the c pawn some more, and then maybe a move like rook a3 or rook b3 could be awkward as well. So yeah, Report just played something else.
Yep, he played just a regular bishop e7 move.
Bishop e7.
Yeah, so
now I mean, here if white plays knight d6, bishop e7 will always have been a wasted move, and you'll be down the king f7 option compared to other lines we've looked at.
Yeah, but I wonder if like knight c3 isn't still the idea.
It's
Maybe it's
still
such a
correct.
powerful, maybe it's such a powerful idea that white should do it anyway.
The other thing that black's preserved by playing this way is the move f6. So maybe if we go knight c3, black can play f6 and sort of get the rook out via f8 while keeping the king on the d7 pawn.
Yeah, very interesting point, right? The option of f6. And so our chat is also pointing out that a knight c3 black can play knight c7. Is that the case? I think that's a good point.
It might be. I briefly
great.
wondered about that. I mean, where was the position we looked at it? F5, knight
No,
c3.
let's say in the game. Right. Like
I
okay,
was thinking of
sure.
a4 here. You know, the truth is we're always thinking of more things than we can mention to you all because the brain goes faster than the mouth. But this is what I was considering in response to knight c7. If black allows the trade, then the a pawn looks fairly terminal. So I was mainly thinking b4, knight b5.
And if the knight goes back to d5,
yeah, which it probably does there. And now maybe with the knight's support, try to break open this area and get the rooks going quickly. And takes king d7, I guess, and rook here.
yeah, bishop e7.
Maybe I can play rook c7 check in a moment, or knight to d4, or knight to d4.
Fortunately, I have rook c8 just in time, so you can play bishop e7.
Bishop e7.
Oh well, do I have it in time? I still lose the pawn after you trade everything, so it's not exactly perfect. Yeah, knight d4. That's right. It's a problem.
This is defended too. I was wondering about taking, but I guess bishop c5 is very risky. So I'm glad you've pointed out that I can play this in a much safer way for white.
Yeah, it's just a free pawn for white and a winning endgame.
Okay, so knight d4 is a big threat after we double.
Yeah, no, I think I doubt that black can equalize this. I mean, white's pieces are looking way too powerful. You have like the beautiful knight on b5, the space advantage, the doubled rooks on the c file. Yeah, no, I don't think that black is going to equalize this if he can barely even play bishop e7. I mean,
oh, I know what MVL would do here.
You know what he would do?
Knight c3.
Oh.
Pawn takes knight. King c6. Pawn takes b4. King d5.
Oh, that's too funny, David. Wait, so you're saying there's no defense to knight c7 mate here?
I mean,
Yep,
rook c8, right. Rook takes rook or something.
Yeah. I was like, how does he know what MVL would do here? And then I saw where you were going with that, David. A little helpmate center. Yes, very nice. So he's played knight c3, by the way. Look at that. He's caught that idea. So we're on the same wavelength with Fabi here.
Oh, wait, what's happening? Bishop e7, and Fabi played knight c3 in this position too. Wow.
Right.
And this is an even improved version of knight d6, like considerably, because black's wasted a whole move and doesn't have f7 for the king. And here he still goes knight c3, looking at the b pawn.
It does seem quite miserable if you take on c3, because I just don't know. Like, so I guess knight c7 would still be my sort of, you know, but
inclination.
But okay, inclination. But okay, let's look at knight c3 again. Let's try to figure
throw
out
the same line at that, right? A4, b4, knight b5, knight d5.
But it's not as good, David. It's not as good because now the e6 pawn is now weak, and so when you go c6,
exactly.
Right. Black will
Now
just
we
be
need a
able to play king
completely different
D7.
plan than c6. c6 looks completely pointless.
So F5 was actually harmful. Well, that's good to know. Yeah, this one doesn't look so bad for black. This one, what black will find acceptable. So knight C7. Okay, what else can you do other than A4?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's still intricate for black to play, right? Because if you castle, your king's really far away, then you have to quickly put your rook on C8 and bring your king back to E8. You're basically just trying to get the king out of the way of this rook so it can go to C8, but you're very careful about ever playing F6 or F5 before the rook is out, because then C6 exposes your E pawn. But once this rook would be on C8, I think it'd be very natural to play F6 and put your king on F7.
So shall we look at what white can do other than A4, David?
Yeah. Okay, so we're imagining knight C7 for Richard.
Well, there's some funny stuff. I was taking a look at, like playing C6 pawn takes a knight E4. I mean, I doubt it, but it was just in the spirit of what we've been looking at. I don't think.
Let's have a look.
Like,
C6 takes
yeah,
knight E4.
Yeah, you
King
have a lot of moves. You can just go king D7, sure.
King D7.
Protect the pawn, and I just gave up a pawn for nothing, right? So that didn't work. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's take back that sacrifice.
Okay. So here we are on knight C3. And knight C7 seems to be holding up quite well in this position.
Yeah, we got to throw more at it. So let's see again after knight C7. What can white do? So A4, not so bad. Where do you break through? Do you just play like bishop E3 and rook D1? Yeah, we haven't looked at that. So let's look at that. Bishop E3 and rook D1. Now I want to target your D7 pawn.
Will you perhaps double here?
Yeah, rook D3 looks good. King F8, F8, right, David?
I come running back very quickly.
Yeah, no, that's a very reasonable idea. You gotta.
I mean, I've got so little space. It took me 4 moves to flip the position of the king and rook. Now, Irina, maybe you can do this.
G4.
Bishop G1.
Oh, bishop G1. I was gonna go G4, maybe F5.
Okay, yeah. You could prevent black from playing G6, H5 first, but you're still going to play bishop G1 later, right? And
yeah. It's interesting. I think this is quite likely the game might go in this direction, actually, and it's still unpleasant for black. So ultimately, report shows an interesting opening, but I don't think, he'll want to repeat this position over and over again, to be honest. I think if he gets away with a draw in this game, he'll be really happy. So guys,
it's intricate and original. There's some strategic features that are unusual, but what this position lacks is any activity or aggressive plans for black. I mean, you're basically just hoping that it's hard for white to come up with their winning plans. It's not like you're doing anything.
Exactly. Yeah, I think Fabi will enjoy this position. And guys, we're going to go to our first break, and we'll be back in a few minutes with the rest of the games from round 8 of the Superbet Chess Classic Romania.
Welcome back, everybody, to round 8 of the Superbet Chess Classic here in Romania on the Grand Chess Tour. Irina and I are here to perhaps help guide you through some of the action that's going on. And what I was most impressed by as I was clicking through the games in the break was the sequence that Levon Aronian came up with. So let's take a look at that if you don't mind.
Well, I noticed, David, that he has a light squared bishop trade on the board, which is something that we talked about earlier. That was like my dream for Black, and we didn't really know how to make it happen, but somehow he's made it happen.
Yeah, so not only did he come up with this absolute computer move, I mean, knight b4, perhaps a little bit of like necessity being the mother of invention, maybe like he had to look all over the place because the position was unpleasant, but he didn't do it in order to then lose to the 2 minor pieces. He'd actually figured out a sequence here that he wanted to play rook d8, attacking this bishop, and then when it comes to e2, he just traps it. And I guess the other branch would be bishop b3, and here he must have something in mind, but I wonder exactly how it would look. Bishop e4 to d5 because of the a pawn is my best guess.
Yeah, it does seem like he can get bishop d5 in, right, and trade it. Still not so clear. Let's say I go knight d2, bishop d5, and probably simply just king f1.
Right.
And I
takes.
Yeah, it takes, and knight takes fortunately protects my bishop from rook d1 check. And after knight takes rook d3, I can go bishop e3 and kind of hold things together. So I'm not losing anything on either side of the board.
Yeah. And I mean, I still think Black has, a lot of work to do in this kind of an endgame, but I'm not going to say that Black's losing, as I was sort of thinking, against the bishop pair could sort of be losing. Yeah.
So what happened after rook d8?
So after rook d8, Nepo just played bishop e2 and bishop d3, king f1.
Okay.
And so I'm thinking, Irina, and you can tell me if this is like lunatic hero worship or if this is appropriate, but I'm thinking that Aronian, before playing knight b4, had already seen that he would be able to get the light squared bishop trade.
Interesting. Yeah. I think that is a question, an open question, David. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I don't think it's like impossible for these players to see that far. Is it like easy, I think, to judge all of that? Not easy. And, he didn't spend that long a night before, to be honest. It wasn't like, a 30-minute think, right? So I don't know.
Yeah, it was just like a normal move to him. It was just like, oh, let's think a few minutes. Yeah, knight b4 looks good. But
yeah, no, that was a big moment, right? That he just decided that he went for such a big change in the position instead of trying to defend that c7 pawn. So now our viewer, Chess Lover, is asking, is bishop a6 a move? Bishop a6 looks, I mean, at first glance, we have to admit it looks quite dubious. But you have a point. You want to play rook d1 and use that pin to win our bishop. So we have to be a little careful.
At worst, we can say after king e1, it's kind of irrelevant.
Right. Yes. I would say that is the simple answer, is like, it doesn't really change that much because now you have to take the bishop because b5 is being threatened. Even bishop a6 is not like a whole lot of fun for Black, but b5 wins the piece. And if you go rook e1, rook e8, there's bishop e3, and I get out of the pin while developing the bishop.
Yeah. So here's what Levon did. He played rook d5. I mean, like Chess Lover, he didn't want to just hand white, the tempo of bringing out the king. So he brought the rook up, controlling some hops for the knight. And looking at playing a5 to trade a pawn, perhaps.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think he actually did succeed in that, right? Because that pawn trade happened.
Yeah, it did. So the calculation here, and this is not very intense for Levon, is that he'll recover the pawn with rook a3. By not intense, I mean he breathes once and he sees all those variations. So
the more pawns that black trades, the better his drawing chances.
Yeah. And here he finally traded these, played f6, putting pawns on the color square of the bishop, which could get them targeted, but could also block the bishop out successfully in some cases. And he's preparing to bring his king to the fight. And white brings...
Can I show something, David? Just one short line instead of f6?
Yeah.
I mean, if black attacked the pawn with rook b5, it's sort of a natural question because, you know, in bishop d2, black can actually go c5, trade another pawn. So the problem with rook b5 is bishop c5. And then on b6, we got the cute knight d4.
Yeah.
And so black's idea to kind of trade pawns or attack our pawn doesn't exactly work out because their rook gets trapped and we win.
And after bishop c5, this rook is just trapped. You know, whether or not we play b6, there's no way out anymore. That's a one-way ticket to b5. So look what he does. He plays f6, knight d4, and then h5, looking to trade a pawn on the other side of the board, very similar to what he did on the queen side. If he had just done this without f6 in this position, then presumably white pushes ahead. And if you keep just trying to trade the pawn, white lodges this pawn on g6, and the pawn may look a bit weak, but black doesn't have any easy ways to attack that pawn at the moment. And yeah, I think it just adds some juice for white to play with.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Like if the pawn would manage to survive up to g6, actually black will have long-term problems with a g7 pawn, right? Because there's ideas of white eventually putting a knight on f5 or tactics with bishop h6 to promote the pawn later in the end game. So you definitely have to be careful about letting white have such a far advanced pawn in your
Right. I mean, imagine trying to get this king into the game now, right? Like, you know, king f8, bishop here, king here, and already you're wondering, you know, how are you ever going to bring your king back out into the game? So yeah, so f6 not only maybe could play against white's pieces, but is preparation for this h5 move that he plays.
Yeah, I think it was very smart, very smart play by Levon.
So white, Nepo comes up and challenges the rook. He can't retreat until he's finished his trades. You know, I think it's well, I mean, it's an option, but I think it's mildly unpleasant to retreat gh5, rook here, and then have h6 happen, because these pawns here, it's hard to make further trades from black's perspective. And it's easy for white to create situations with locked up isolated pawns that the two pieces can target or double attack. So if you look at the structure that black wants to get, black wants to play hg4 and keep black's pawns connected, so there's less of a target for the white pieces.
Yeah, so quite logical that he played c6 and white played b5, right? So
yeah, which might win a pawn on the queen side.
Yes, that's exactly it. So black got that trade in on g4. That's to be expected. And so now the question is, how does black respond to this b5 move? He needs to really trade pawns, but yeah, he needs to trade with f5 at some point. All right, so let's see. I mean, well, rook d6 runs into bishop f4, right? But then there's pawn b5. So rook d6 is actually a possibility, David.
Yeah,
But
and
then
white
I
has to
just take
choose
on
between
c6. I take
white
on
has to
c6, play bishop f4.
yeah, white has to choose between winning the pawn or like keeping an extra pawn on the board with b6, kind of like our g6 move before. Because basically, I mean, Levon, by keeping the rook on d5, honestly, I think he was assuming he would lose this pawn, Irina,
Yeah,
with the way he played. He was
it's
just
actually
hoping that
dangerous.
he was just hoping there'd be so little left on the board that, 2v2 on the king side that he can presumably draw that, right? So if white wants to win the pawn here, takes, bishop f4.
Yeah, although I really think, David, the move that you suggested, even stronger. Like, you're totally right. Like, okay, winning the pawn is not bad, but this is still, probably drawish territory. But after b6, black might have real problems with a b7 pawn. Might be better to, I mean, you're going to go knight b3, knight c5, knight a5. I mean, I would not want to be black here. And the c6 pawn is just irrelevant. So, not winning a pawn is actually way, way better for white here. So that's a good point.
Actually, yeah, I don't even see a way to defend b7 here, Irina, because like, where would you defend it from? The rook would have to be what, on b8 or d7, and bishop f4 beats both of those pretty badly. Then you just come to c7. I mean, unless black could somehow play g5 and hold, but white's bishop will eventually get to that diagonal. It's a pretty long one. You can't keep a bishop off a diagonal like that.
Right. So the threat in this position is not winning the pawn at all. The threat from this starting position that we have here on the board is just b6. It's not pawn takes c6, which is such a paradox, right? Like Levon, and Levon's played this game really quickly. Really quickly. I mean, because guys, we're deep in the end game, right? Like, this is literally, it looks like it could be the final, fifth hour of play. They're on move 35.
And move 35, yeah.
Yeah, they've played so fast to reach this position. I mean, it's hard to overstate to how fast they've played, because I don't think in my life, David, I've ever reached a position like this with that amount of time on the clock. Like, never, ever. And like that many moves played. Yeah, I mean, that's not an easy task. And
yeah, I don't think that in a tournament time control with 1.5 or 2 hours on the clock, I've ever played 35 moves in 30 minutes of my time. I don't think I've ever played at that speed. Never, never, never.
Yeah, I mean, so what we're seeing is really quite unusual. I mean, if Levon like loses, like actually looks like he's on the verge of doing, it would be a very strange scenario, like coming into a game, kind of just like blitzing out everything, and then not getting that draw would be quite a disappointing game. But I mean, how does he literally cannot stop the move b6, right?
Yeah, it's hard to imagine a move that would stop it. He
can't trade pawns, can't stop b6. Like, I fear that he's in real trouble here.
Yeah, and by the way, Irina, you're mentioning how unusual the time usage is in the move of the game. I don't know what move the co-leader Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja are on, but when I glanced at their position during the break, it looked like this one. It looked like they might also have played 30 moves.
You know what the difference is? Like, I don't know. I guess maybe if I'm more familiar with that opening, for that opening, that's actually more understandable. Like, I feel like for this game, this did go, I mean, into like less, let's just say, put it this way. In Wesley's game, he chose to trade queens, like for a move, whatever, 9 or 10, right? Like, it happened that early. In this game, there was like a lot more play. I mean, the queen trade, I guess, came pretty early, but still not as early, I think, as in the Wesley game. Yeah, like here, there was a bit more of a middle game, although, yeah, the queen trade still came.
This is a famous line, Irina. I've even seen this position before.
Yes. They went into the main line of this exchange, kings and
right. So this line just trades pieces a little bit faster than a lot of other openings. So they're only at move 20, not move 35. And the decisions have been a little bit easier, and about 15 moves of this, more than 15 moves of this would have been known opening theory. let's say at least for Wesley.
Yeah, it's amazing that I mean, so Wesley, in a way, his strategy is paying off. You know, that like he's making a draw with the white pieces without too much pressure on his opponent. I would say any pressure on his opponent. And watching Levon actually suffering with the black pieces and maybe going down, like he might emerge as the tournament's leader after this round without even doing much.
Yeah. So Levon's played king e8.
Yep. So is Nepomniachtchi going to go b6? Is that
So
like
he's going to go defend this pawn with the king. That's what it is. I mean, he's seen the danger. I mean, he's still playing quickly, right? I mean,
right.
Okay, he stopped for a moment, sensed some danger, calculated for 3 minutes. He's still playing quickly, but he's seeing a lot. I mean, he understands that b6 is a danger, and he's going to have to defend that pawn with the king, not the rook, which means the rook's going to have to handle the other side of the board.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, okay, let's look at b6 for a second here. B6, king d7. Right, and so how do we break through? We can go to f5. If that, but you can just go g6, and I go knight h4. I can actually kind of make your pawn go to g5, which I feel is helpful. Let's go knight f5. Yeah. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that you don't have any pawn trades on the king side. I just want, and the reason I don't want you to trade
You want to lock it up like this.
Yeah, I want to win your pawns. Ultimately, I want that to be in play. And then, you know, now f6 is a real weakness. There's bishop d4 coming. I mean, yeah, like I wouldn't think that this is like a very defensible position for black.
It doesn't look it, because the setup that I'm imagining for white is you put a knight on c5 and bishop on d4. The black king has to be on c8 to defend the b7 pawn, and the rook has to be on d6 to defend the f pawn. And then from there, we just play knight e4 for white and pick up the entire king side, right? Maybe put our pawn on f3 first. So we can play knight e4, rook e6, bishop f6.
If you go bishop d4 first, they're going to go back to king e6 and you still haven't won anything, right? That's your idea. That's your point.
Yeah.
That's why you want to put the knight back on c5.
So I'm bringing my knight here, put that king on c8, play bishop d4, put the rook on d6, play f3.
Yeah.
And then collect.
Yep.
The only way around it would be for black to find some moment to play f5 and trade at least one pawn off, like while I'm reorganizing.
Yeah, no, this is very miserable. It is hard to really overstate how unpleasant this is going to be. Now, if you take the pawn on c6, I really don't like that idea, to try to win the pawn. Of course, white is better. We can see like what's going to happen to the eval bar when like we take the pawn. So it goes down quite a lot. Yeah, so that is definitely not what white wants to do. It's important. He played b6. Yep, that's
yeah. I
right.
mean, this is basically the scenario that Levon has been playing for the entire time. This is to some extent like a dream scenario for his entire knight b4 move, which is why that move was sort of shockingly complicated and risky to me, because it's like, you know, you're putting yourself in for a pretty tough, long defense. Yeah. But you know, sometimes these players will be confident in what they can do. So b6, king d7.
And so now we said knight f5 was my kind of idea. Are there other ways to play? I mean, I think our chat mentioned some f4, f5 ideas, which I definitely find interesting. The only problem with f4 is that, you know, there's still g6, and, you know, I don't want to trade even a single set of pawns. I mean, I guess on f4, if I were blocked, like I would have to go g6, right? And if you let me play f5, I guess you still have like rook e5, rook e4 ideas. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like f4 is necessary, guys. That's just my first impression, is I wouldn't bother touching that pawn. I like the way it protects the bishop. That's a very solid construction there.
Yeah, this is fine for the moment.
Yeah, the moment you start like weakening your pieces and like you're going like f5, well, there could be rook e5, rook e4. You might like hang a pawn. I'm sure we can make it work, but like I don't really know if you need to do that when you have a move like knight f5 right here.
Yeah, and I would say knight b3 to c5 is probably also pretty good. Although, yeah, I mean, getting that pawn to move was pretty nice. Irina, when we played knight f5, g6, knight h4, was there any
Rook e5.
Was there any room to like try and mess with this situation? Like f5, g5, is that just nothing? Is that just losing?
Yeah, I will definitely not trade the pawns again. It looks pretty good. And then
okay, so now I go like rook here, knight g6. Oh yeah, and on f what I've given.
Yeah, I mean, I can even play bishop f4, and like I do think those two pawns are gonna be better.
You can also just sort of lock me out at this point. Yeah, okay.
Oh, he went knight b3.
How about this? Oh, he played something else?
Yeah, he went to b3.
Okay. A very simple move.
Yep.
Did you see this idea? Rook a5 here. It's my refined version of this f5 idea.
I did not.
So I go here. If you go knight g6, I play check and take g4. Woo! One pawn off. I know you won't do that, but if you go king b4, now I can go to b5 with tempo, which I did, which I had to spend a tempo on last time, right? So now I go rook check here, f5. And on g5, f4. Oh, it does nothing again. You can just cut me off. Even that didn't do it for me. Oh, but how about this? Rook e5.
Yeah, let's take a look at the current position, David.
Sure.
Just to see like how is White going to make progress. I guess he's going to have these. He put the knight on c5, and I guess he's going to have knight e6 ideas from here, right? So maybe it's quite similar to what we were trying to do. Get the g pawn to move.
So Levon is planning rook g1 as his defense to knight e6, I think.
Yes.
It's yeah.
Well, okay. What if I go knight e6 and on rook g1 just f3?
Right, then rook g3.
All right, that's problematic. I didn't want that pawn to hang like that. I was thinking on rook e1 I would have king d3 or something, but yeah, this is something I missed. Let's go back.
You saw what collapse said?
Yeah. Oh, wow. So wait, bishop f4. You know, Nepomniachtchi's playing so fast.
Yeah.
I'm like really shocked. Like, is there not any points in this game that these guys are going to slow down? Because right now it just says bishop f4 was not a very good move. And, you know, like when you're so close to winning, but obviously this position requires precision, like why hurry so much? Okay, so bishop f4, and isn't rook g1 the problem? What am I missing there, David? Isn't rook g1 the issue here?
I mean, the whole plan is to play bishop g3 against that. So what's wrong with what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that? Are there a bunch of checks that I can do from c1? Maybe bother your king?
He definitely figured out that rook g1 was the idea, and he deliberately played bishop f4 to deal with it. He wants to handle it like this.
I have some ideas, David. I have some ideas. Hold on.
Okay.
Also, there are like, I could try to go after b1, rook b1. How are you going to guard that pawn?
Rook b1. Oh, that's a very good question too. Yeah.
I want to try to target b and g pawns here.
I was going to mention, I think that Nepo's bishop f4 is not just to cover his own G pawn, but there's a second idea to it, which is I think aggressively he wants to go knight e4, knight d6 and break black's defense, because either the king leaves the b pawn or it goes to b8, and then he's got knight e8 to g7, or, you know, I mean, just having all those discoveries is going to limit the opponent's options. So let's see a rook b1 defensive move here.
At least it stops knight e4.
Yeah.
And you don't want to play knight a4. Like, I feel like if you have to play knight a4 or moves like that, then certainly you're going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I agree. I think I found something.
Lots of funny comments. They're acting like any employee who's itching to get out of work on Friday. Is today Friday?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. You know.
Hopefully they mean Levon and Nepo and not you and me, but I don't know.
No, I'm pretty sure they're talking about the players.
The players? Okay. I'm glad you've got that confidence for us.
I'm very confident that that's what DLL Zion meant. All right. So is this you're playing bishop c7? Okay.
Yeah.
So
now
rook g1.
I'm running into rook g1, right? But
Yeah.
at least I'm vaguely aware of it, right? So my plan is to play f3, lose my f pawn instead of my g pawn, and go knight e4.
Okay. So you're gonna actually be able to get to d6.
This is what I'm doing, and then I'll reposition on c5, and hopefully I queen here. I don't.
Yeah, I think
because I don't have a lot left, but that's.
But it's enough to win. Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right. I think you got it, David. I think this knight e4, d6 idea, you know, maybe even bishop c7, knight e4, knight d6 is actually what he's thinking about. So, okay, bishop f4 doesn't seem.
Or what he's not thinking about.
Like such a bad move, unless there's something we're missing. What could we be missing here? Really not obvious to me. Like what is the inaccuracy part of bishop f4?
Yeah, let me refresh this so I'm sure what move we're on. So bishop f4 is the last live move here from Nepo.
Yeah, well, how about we let the players think about this while we give some attention to the other games, David.
That's right. There are other games too.
There are,
even though these guys seem like they'll be clocking out first, but
yeah. Well, which game has progressed into something interesting? I guess Vachier Diak is the one that seems to hold the most interest at the moment.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So what do we have on the board? We got 6 pawns for each side. This was a kind of a Petrov. So Diak did not go for any Sicilian. Mm-hmm. And it seems very solid for both sides.
By kicking that queen to c7 early on, Maxime keeps the black knight from going to c7. So it's going to have to get through b4 if it wants to be in the game. Now b4 is out of the question too. b5, bishop f1. Yeah. Knight c5. Oh.
So
that's no, he got his piece into the game.
Yeah, he's getting the knight off the side of the board, but of course white doesn't have to capture that knight. So white moves the queen.
And he just leaves the knight on c5. He wasn't in a rush to get to safety. Bishop e6.
Bishop f4. Okay. So finally the knight is hanging and black is going to move it, I think. Well, black actually has a few decent moves. I mean, there is a4, which doesn't look terrible at all. And there's also knight d7, which looks extremely solid. Overall, black's position feels extremely solid to me. I mean, another good opening from Diak. I mean, he's taking his time as usual to get here, but but his opponents are not really able to, no one has been able to really outplay him from the opening, right? Or even like put any real pressure on him, David, despite the fact that these are supposed to be, elite players with lots of opening preparation. But Diak has quite good opening preparation as well, I think. He knows his stuff. And I mean, knight d7 just seems like the most solid move here.
Yeah, that's what I would expect from him because, he's coming into this a little bit with like, you prove it kind of mentality, right? Like, you guys are the world elite. You guys are the top 10 players, show that you've got something on me.
Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, knight a4, I mean, there is a danger that the knight gets a little sidelined from there. And he chose knight d7. There you go. So my intuition was correct about that he would not want to leave the knight stranded on the side of the board, despite it being like kind of an outpost there. What can white really do? I mean, I'm not saying black's not even in a hurry to take the knight on e5. He can like bring in his rooks first, rook e8, rook d8. It feels like it should be very difficult for white to avoid like mass trades. Okay.
Yeah. Quick bishop d3.
Reasonable. I mean, sure, he is going to play queen c2 next or queen h5.
Right.
That's going to build up some attacking position. It's certainly interesting. Mm-hmm.
I think Vachier could throw in a4, a6 at some point here because I don't think it hurts him much to create that tension. And it just, black always has to keep the a file controlled, and Vachier avoids a scenario where in the end game, he's got that isolated a pawn.
So do you think black will take on e5 now, or is that like too dangerous, kind of plays into white's hands?
It doesn't seem super dangerous. It also doesn't seem necessary. If I'm black, I guess I would calculate queen h5. I shouldn't be too casual here, but I was thinking I would play moves like bishop d5 and rook e8.
Well, let's look at the move knight takes e5 just to see how the obvious move in the position plays out.
Okay. I'm thinking the bishop.
Really? I was going to definitely take with the pawn.
Okay.
But I guess I wanted the tempo.
You wanted the tempo. Okay, so you've got something in mind.
Well, I mean, I think the only thing that white can have in mind here is some kind of attack on the king.
Mm-hmm.
So there's actually some support for that. I mean, they have two bishops, the pawn on e5, the rook that can do a rook lift, and we just basically have to figure out, I mean, even queen h5, just absolutely obvious move, seems quite dangerous here.
Mm-hmm. g6 and queen h6.
Yeah, because on queen h4, I guess you go bishop e7. All right. There you go. And I didn't have quite enough time for rook e3. Yeah, like this one I feel like is not so bad for black. I feel like maybe my attack wasn't the best. So maybe queen h5 is not correct.
Okay. I can tell you, like, back in this position, my first thought for white was, is there a way to not trade more pieces on e5, right? Is there a way, and this was the move I came up with, was bishop g3 with the idea to take with the d pawn and then push the f pawn. But I just concluded, the center's too open, and I just didn't believe that I could do anything like that.
Yeah, no, bishop d3 is a really interesting move by Vachier. And after pawn takes bishop c5, we just need to find a move there for white.
Mm-hmm.
So we tried queen h5. What else have we not tried? Well, there's the sacrifice on h7, which is probably a bit too much. for this point. Yeah, there's something appealing about that for sure. There's also bishop g5, actually. Yeah. Let's go bishop g5.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So it stops rook d8 right away, which is nice because that's the really open file that can distract from the kingside attack. And I'm thinking of maybe playing bishop f6 next move for you.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the main ideas, is like landing that bishop on f6 to open up black's king and get the pawn on f6. So the checkmate ideas. So I'm thinking, David, I mean, I'm going to tell you right away, I don't think he will take the knight on e5. I think based on what we're looking at, it's kind of clear that the initiative belongs to white. So I don't think it'd be very prudent for black to do that. So if we go back a little bit, let's try to find like a more sensible alternative for black.
Okay.
Because you can definitely hold off with taking the knight, right? So like the question is, what move would help him, you know, take the knight in the future? And how about just rook fe8? Because on some lines, the bishop can go back to f8. Well, now let's look at, should we look at crazy stuff like queen h5, g6, and sacking something on g6?
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm looking at.
G6. And what can we sacrifice? The thing is here, gosh, it's such an unclear position, isn't it? Like I can even take an f4, or at least.
Well, I gave the knight first, so I could recapture on f4 with the knight, and then.
Yeah, but no, David, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take your knight first and then take an f4. I have a better way to do that.
Okay, so you're going to take on g6.
Yeah, before
with, I don't know, one of the pawns, and then I take.
Let's say the h. Yeah, I can actually do either way, right? Because I'm gonna have knight f6. I think it's just quite winning, yeah.
Oh shoot, knight f6.
Yeah.
I
mean, you can still play on with queen g5.
It's not, there's nothing good for me here. I'm gonna give up. I mean, just for reference, like here's one line I thought of: bishop f7, queen f7, queen g5, queen g7, queen g7, king g7, bishop d6. There's no joy to this for white, so that's the kind of reason I'm giving up.
So rook fe8. And he's still thinking, yeah. You see, Diak plays at a very different tempo than Nepo and Aronian. You know, he, like, I don't know. I feel like, honestly, no, I admire these guys who are able to play so fast. But like, my style is more like Diak, or, you know, I don't know if Dominguez so much, but like if I was black, absolutely, I understand what he's thinking about here. Like, I don't find it to be like a very easy decision for black. Like it's not the most complicated position. There's not like a ton of pressure on him, like he has to calculate everything. But I do feel like it's kind of, these moves are important. And for me, it's not obvious. Should you go rook e8? Should you go rook a d8? Completely possible as well, right? You know, should you take? I mean, there's like these choices, and they take time to wade through, right? Like and of course, you know, he tends to get into time trouble. Like he's already almost half an hour down on the clock. And that's a problem when you reach those critical positions where you even do need to calculate. So we can also try rook a d8. We can try putting the rook on the d file where the queen is.
I think rook fe8 is correct, though. I'll just say that, like, because you need to challenge e5 at some point. Otherwise, you let white sort of have this sort of fake space advantage for a while, right? And
yeah, well, I'm trying to challenge you by putting the rook on d8. Like I am trying to prepare knight e5.
Okay. Oh, so you're like looking at this guy.
Yeah.
And if I tuck this guy, am I blundering?
You want to move him back?
Mhm.
Yeah, that is interesting. It looks a little suspicious, but maybe you can do it.
Yeah, I don't think I'm blundering at least. My
No.
main concern was, am I blundering? But if you take multiple times on e5, queen h5 looks winning.
You're just like stepping away. I mean, it's interesting. So what if I go like 95 here? Okay, wow, he went for 95. No rook improvement, just straight up knight takes e5.
And now we'll find out, Vachier, what his plan was. To simplify or to keep some more
I
tension?
don't know. I like, for me, like d5 is like 100% like what I would look at. I don't know. Like bishop e5, you want what? Like bishop takes and rook takes? Is that the idea, David?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The problem is that like unless this initiative literally translates into a big attack very quickly, like then it's just going to be a draw, right? So, well, I feel like d5, I mean, there's a lot of ways the game can develop there.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
I mean,
I guess, yeah.
The version with the rook, it's actually not for initiative. It's sort of to play technically, right? Like bishop d5, bishop takes b5, and try and grind the heavy pieces. Or, you know, rook c5 and a4. I'm not actually looking to take a shot at your king.
Yeah, well, let's bet $1 on this one, David. This is a good moment to make our bet.
Okay. I will bet that Vachier plays bishop takes e5. I will bet that. Yeah.
All right. Very cool. I think you're up $1 from yesterday, aren't you, David?
So are you.
All right. So we'll see. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Wesley versus Firouzja, a stunning draw. We never could have predicted that one. It's been 2 hours, so you know the players must be exhausted by this point.
Yeah. Well, Wesley, I think he's going to finish the round with the most time on his clock. He's going to win the least effort award for today. 1 hour and 10 at the end of the game. Really zipping out of there with his white pieces. He, I would say, showed a lot of respect to Firouzja. I mean, someone plays the King's Indian against you and you just try to kill the game. It's a little bit like Karyakin against Carlsen with the no to 2900. You know, it's like you're really like acting like the other person's the better player than you. What
did you say that the no to 2900? What was that?
Oh, Karyakin played this game against Carlsen where he repeated in the opening. And then he tweeted, say no to 2900, because he's like blowing his white just to get, you know, 0.9 rating points off of Magnus.
That's terrible. Wow.
Yeah, it was a real shameful moment in chess history. Little did I suspect that he would get more shameful the very next month, but at the time it was a great shame. I thought, like, wow, you should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed regardless of like your rating to draw with white in 10 moves, you know, like that's the fact that you find some forced repetition and keep your opponent from playing a game with you. Source of shame. And then to say you're doing it in order to like keep somebody else from, you know, achieving a rating by playing games is even more lame.
I agree. I had no idea about that whole story. I mean,
yeah.
Gosh, what won't people say on Twitter, you know?
Really, I mean, like he should have spent some of his time thinking about chess moves instead of thinking about what to say on Twitter after the game. You know, I can just see I can just start to see the players like in the tournament room thinking about what am I going to tweet as this game ends, you know, especially with like Karyakin or Geary or somebody. You're like, they're just thinking like how they're going to, you know, talk to their audience about the game when the game's done.
Yeah, that's where Karyakin's downward spiral started. I mean, perhaps. I mean, it's like one mistake leads to many mistakes, as we know in chess games. So
honestly, it had started even before that. He had some insane comments about Dubov working for Carlsen's team, or at least to me, who's not a very patriotic person. Like, it was just who can't really understand that kind of patriotism. The idea that Dubov was like a national traitor was just insane to me. So I think Karyakin's been probably, at least internally, he's fallen off a cliff a while ago, but it's showing more and more with reckless abandon. Anyway, let's leave him out of it. My point in the comparison is just that I feel like Wesley's showing a lot of respect to Firouzja, right? To basically like decline the King's Indian, so to speak, right? I mean, Firouzja's playing a risky opening, right? Kind of saying like, I'm willing to take a worse position to try and, get some chances in a complicated game. And Wesley doesn't say like, here's my chance to, edge ahead of Aronian. And he just checks out quickly.
Yeah, I mean, saying that he has a lot of respect for Firouzja, I think is a very kind way of putting it, David. There's other ways I can describe this opening choice. What can I say? It might pay off him in a practical way, but I don't know. It's hard to feel inspired by this. Like, we know that there are better ways to play against the King's Indian. And I just feel like if your opponent comes, with that kind of opening against you, yeah, you can try to play something a little bit more testing of the King's Indian. Like literally, it felt like he was just going for the draw, right? From the, the exchange variation. It wasn't like he came up with like some new concept there and like put any pressure on Firouzja. Like, it went down like well-trodden path and just kind of ended up in this draw with like no real play, which makes me think that just from the beginning, that was the whole point, right? It wasn't just like, let me play the exchange variation and, try to win the end game. It was more like, yeah, let me just play that and the game will be over. I don't know. I feel like I would do something differently. But on the other hand, now I'm $1 richer, David, as Vachier Legrave has decided to hand me the dollar.
Yeah. Now, one thing we should say for Wesley or about Wesley is like, this is also, I mean, he's winning the tournament like this.
But here's the thing. So I think we should talk about this question. Why he is first? Why should he try to push and may lose? Well, first of all, I mean, he's not expected to push and lose. He's just, with the white pieces, you're supposed to play and like kind of take up, if your opponent challenges you, it's like, well, in the 19th century, right, we have this concept of like honor in chess, right, where like you had to accept gambits. Like, if you didn't accept your gambit, it was dishonorable. Right. And it's like, I feel like this is like, the modern version of that. Like, Firouzja is offering him, he's playing like, an objectively worse opening. Like, he's saying, look, out of all my repertoire, I'm giving you the opening where you can beat me with. Like, I already had a game where I nearly lost to Dioc in the King's Indian. Here's your chance. Like, go ahead and play against me, right? It's not like he's offering to, Wesley to like lose the game. He's just saying like, play the game. And, why do you think, guys, that there's like no draw offer rules in this tournament? And in general, like, St. Louis Chess Club has introduced that into like the American Cup. I'm sure it's going to be like that in the US Championship. So why? Because people want to see fighting games, right? And it's good for chess. It's good for the sport, right? So no one says that Wesley has to go crazy to try to win. But, I think he can try to just play a game if he wants to choose a more conservative line against the King's Indian, like play the G3 King's Indian. He can. I mean, there's lots of ways you can play more, more safe, right? But the exchange variation is definitely a specific like place on that pendulum of what you can do that is, not exciting,
Mm-hmm.
So honor and lower your chances to win the tournament, or zero risk and win the tournament. I don't know. Honor is important in my eyes, guys.
Yeah. I mean, Irina, you know, like I'm definitely on your side of these kind of things. You know, like to me, the point of being at a chess tournament is to play chess. And so anytime I see somebody with white not playing chess, it's you know, very, very strange to me. But I wanted to at least represent the other perspective, you know, that like, you know, here he is like winning the tournament from a certain perspective. That's one of the other reasons to show up at a chess tournament, is to win the tournament. So here he is winning the tournament, and we're sort of, you know, raising an eyebrow at the way he does it.
Yeah, interestingly, I mean, I guess, you know, if it was the last round, David, you know, I think I would, it would be more understandable to me if it was the last round. But, you know, I think when, you know, it's the penultimate round and you still have to play with black, you know, I still think it's not even necessarily the smartest decision, or even smartest results-oriented decision to just give away the white color. In general, like I said, guys, I'm not saying it might not work. Like, I'm not saying it's not a practical thing to do, but I have seen plenty of cases where people who don't play with the white pieces get punished because, you know, Kaisa doesn't like that very much. And, you know, yeah, that's my take on it, you know, but I also feel like, you know, at this level, you know, these guys get the possibility to play for these prizes like all the time, right? Like that's what they do. Like all of these tournaments are going to have tons of chances to win these prizes. Admittedly, $100,000, I guess, is very big, right? So it's not lying around on the street. So I agree with that. What can I say, guys? I'm not recommending that Wesley go and lose. I'm recommending that Wesley go and play a game, you know?
All right. I mean, even when he plays, I mean, he shouldn't lose all the time. I mean, like, you know, he's a very good chess player, but but I think it comes down to sort of like what you know, somebody thinks the point is of being at a tournament. You know, is it to play chess or win the tournament? Because even when we talk about money, like, and I know 100,000 is a lot, but I don't think that for Wesley, it's like if he doesn't get first place in this tournament, if he blows it against Firouzja and finishes in second place, I don't think that really hurts Wesley too much, right? It's like, you know, in the old days, Irina, we would see these GMs on the open tournament circuit in the US, and they were playing an open almost every weekend, right? And the prizes would be like first place, $500, second place, 300, third place, 200. And they'd be agreeing in a draw in the last round and sharing that prize with another GM, because if they lost, that really would hurt them, right? I mean, they can't travel to the tournament and come home with $0 if they lose the last round game. In this situation, I feel like the money is maybe less of an issue unless he's got some really specific financial goals of, like, you know, having 3.7 million or something like that. I mean, I don't think that finishing in second place is going to hurt him.
Yeah. Well, let me give you an example, guys. I always found this one kind of like interesting. You know how Magnus, when he was playing one of these St. Louis tournaments, and he needed a draw for first place, and he was playing Aronian, and I guess Aronian must have been in contention. Like maybe if Aronian would have beaten him, he could have taken first place from him, something like that. And at some point, you know, Magnus had a pretty good position, and Aronian offered him a draw, right? So Magnus could just take the draw, guarantee first place, get $70,000, and he turned it down. And, you know, the commentators were shocked. And honestly, I think for a lot of people that was really surprising, right? Like someone is already giving you everything you could have wanted when you sat down to play that day. First place, first prize. And Magnus said no, and he went on to win, right? Because he thought his position was better. Now that's Magnus. And I have to say, it is, I mean, that's like a world champion decision. And it's also a decision of someone who could for whom money is not an issue, right? So you know, not everyone can afford themselves that luxury. And I actually would not really judge any player in that situation who just took the draw, right? Like if, you know, that was giving them first prize, like guaranteed. But, you know, again, you know, nothing is actually guaranteed yet, let's say from this game. So,
Yeah. But when you
and I
say
feel like,
offering, when you say offering Magnus everything that he could want, it's actually not quite true, because the main thing that Magnus wants, and what maybe distinguishes him from even some of these other top players, is that the main thing he wants is to play chess. I mean, even if the position is a dead draw, Magnus would generally play an extra 20 drawn moves and still agree a draw, then stop playing and agree a draw now. Even if you told him, like, I looked in the future, the guy's not going to make any mistakes, like, he's just happy to sit there and move chess pieces. So when you offer him a draw, you're not offering him the chance to keep moving the chess pieces around.
Yeah, no, I agree. Magnus has, he has his priorities, I think, set in the right way for a world champion, right? But I mean, even him being the world champion, like, if that was such a standard decision, like, there would have been no surprise about it. And yet it was a surprise, right? And yeah, I mean, I think that just, I think that is something to kind of aspire to. Although, like, I can tell you from my own personal experience, David, like, obviously when there's a lot on the line and you really want to guarantee yourself whatever it is that you want, like, it's like, yes, of course it influences your play. Like when I played in the American Cup, right? And like, my goal was to win my matches, right? I didn't really care if I drew with black, my second game, like that was the point. I wanted to go through. It didn't matter if I was a little better, because, now if I was Magnus, I probably would just be like, well, I'm going to win all my matches 2-0. Who cares if I mess up? For me, it wasn't really an option. Like, I have to say, guys, it's not like I just threw all the caution to the wind and played all out at every game. No, and I'm not suggesting that Wesley do that, in fact, guys, because there's a difference between, let's say, playing, with the white pieces and being like foolish, right? Like, no one's saying go crazy. No one's saying like pick the sharpest opening and let them attack you with like the F5, F4 pawns. I'm just saying, like, allow the game to be played. You might win, right? You might even win the tournament today by winning this game.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that also points out that, like, every game we play within some kind of context, right? Sometimes you're playing a game to practice a new opening, and that's the context of how you're playing that game. Sometimes you come into a game and you practice drawing with white. I mean, you have to practice that at some point in your career. Like, does Wesley need to practice it now? Maybe, maybe not. But like, there's all these different things you can practice. You can tell yourself this is a must-win game. You can tell yourself, I've got this goal to win this tournament, or I've got this goal to finish second, or I've got a goal to get a norm. But any of those things, they're just different sort of parameters that you can set around a single performance that can then inform some of the decisions you make. But there isn't just like a right or wrong decision about how to play. It depends on what you go into with that particular game or tournament.
Yeah. Well, this is an interesting conversation. Yeah. But guys, I'm really like not recommending like, for Wesley to do anything crazy. In fact, I totally understand the solid approach, right? So that I think that's what you guys have to understand. What I'm saying is he's not obliged to go all out to beat Firouzja, but he's just kind of, knowing that things are not really guaranteed for him, even just from a chess perspective, like of how to win the tournaments. Like, I think, you tend to win the tournament when you try to win with the white pieces. I mean, because you just never, I guess he's very confident in his ability to draw with black, but yeah, okay. Those are my thoughts.
He also had a chance to glance over at Levon's game, and he knows Levon's not doing well today, right? I mean, we haven't looked for a few minutes. The game hasn't ended, but if we glance over here for a second, has anything changed yet in this game? I mean, looks vaguely comparable to what we had before, right?
Can I just say something, David? Like, I want to comment on like Roto. He said, how ambitious is Firouzja going for King's Indian against top player in the tournament so far? I kind of admire his fighting spirit. And that's what I'm talking about, guys, right? Like, Firouzja could have been like, well, I'm somewhere in 50% and like, I'm playing the top, guy in the tournament. Let me just go and play my most solid opening. And we wouldn't bat an eyelid. We'd be like, yeah, you're absolutely within your rights to do that with black. Yeah. But that's the kind of point. Like, his opening choice is very admirable, right, David? Like, it didn't pan out into anything, but he tried, he made the offer.
Yeah. Firouzja did what I would have done with this situation. But again, it's about setting your parameters, right? Like from the perspective of this tournament, you could say like logically you're playing the top player in the tournament with black, try and draw that game and then see if you can win your last white, you know, salvage a couple rating points and, you know, maximize your overall result in the tournament, try and get, you know, third place versus sixth place, something like that, right? But instead, he chose to take it as an opportunity to ask himself, what would I do if like in the last round of the candidates, I need to win a game with black? I think that's like what, but you see what I mean about setting parameters. Like I would have gone into the game and said to myself, let's imagine this is the end of the candidates. There's 1 or 2 games left and I need to win with black because it's, you know, win the candidates or everything else is all the same, right? It's first place or anything else. What would I try to do against a player of this caliber? And I think it's just like, that's what you would choose, what I would choose to practice, you know? And it seems like that's what he kind of tried to do. And Wesley showed him like, actually, you know, the King's Indian is risky, but also it has no way of like forcing a fun game if you play the E5 variation, because white can trade queens and you'll never, ever, 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 ever beat me with black in this variation.
Yeah. So David, how about we take a look at some of the other games going on? And, you know, actually, shall we go to Vachier versus Diak? Because it looks like it's gonna go somewhere interesting.
Yeah, they played a couple moves while we were chatting. I had it up so we could see that after DE5, first important point, Diak played bishop E7 rather than the more active bishop C5 move that I tried at first in our analysis. And I think that's because after bishop C5, this bishop G5 move we eventually found is quite annoying, both stopping rook D8 and with bishop F6 ideas. I think this move was pretty strong probably, and Diak was respecting it with bishop E7. Now Vachier just played queen F3 instead of queen H5, G6, queen F3. Just getting off of the file that the rook then goes to. And now he has to get rid of that A pawn. I mentioned before, you know, maybe just wanting to take a chance to get rid of the isolated A pawn. You know, here we're in a situation where if you play rook AD1, black can start thinking about just picking off your pawn. So he plays A4. Diak plays A6. And now, you know, at will, he can get rid of this A pawn. He could even maybe, you know, have some move on the A file. And now he plays the classic poking move for those who want to start a kingside attack from scratch. You've got nothing and you want to get something going. Sometimes you just send the H pawn up the board and see what it does.
And I guess taking that pawn is too dangerous, David. I guess there was bishop takes H7 after.
I don't think it's entirely impossible, but it's going to go to opposite colored bishops, right? Which is going to give white certain attacking chances. Mainly around bishop G5 to F6, but just, you know, in general, the dark squared, the opposite colored bishops give you some interesting things to try.
Yeah. Bishop G5 to F6. Big idea.
Yeah.
And I definitely, okay, black is not going for anything like that.
Here's one more idea. Sometimes you need 2 ideas to break through. King H2, F3, king to G3.
Interesting, David.
A weirder idea.
Yes, a very unusual, like kind of trying to get the rook to the H file by moving the king. And I guess you can even go without F3. You can just go king H2, king G3, and maybe if they give you a check, then you go F3. Yeah, because you don't have rook E3 to H3, but obviously you also have rook E3 to G3. I mean, this looks extremely dangerous. I don't think any sane person would want to enter this position as black. So let's just go back because this isn't happening. No one's taking that pawn.
Yeah. There was a useful question from chat we should mention. White can't just win the game with queen H5 against bishop H4 because of rook takes D3. That's why we settled for just changing the position to these opposite colored bishops. which frankly looked pretty risky for black. And I would be surprised if Diak went for h4. But if he does, I'll be very happy to explain everything that I've learned in the last year about opposite colored bishop middle games. So
yeah, so
let's
let's just think about what he's going to do. I like to predict his moves. I actually feel like I understand Diak's chess pretty well.
Mhm.
And I don't think he's too far away in style from me. He like plays some Sicilians as black. He plays d4 as white. And even though he plays e5, which I generally don't do, I've only dabbled in it like many years ago. Still like these types of solid positions are certainly, close to me in style. So let me see if I can guess his move here, David. So let's think about what is White's idea. White just basically wants to drive that pawn up as far as he can and weaken the king. And
I think White's idea is to put the pawn on h5 and then play queen e4.
Right, that's another one. You want to provoke g6. Okay.
Because I think if we just ran the pawn all the way to h6 here and then black played g6, we wouldn't have achieved anything unless we also have a mechanism for trading dark squared bishops, which I don't see.
Yeah. So the problem for black is that he needs to get some piece trades. Like his rook on f8 is not particularly good.
Right.
And he has the d file, but he doesn't seem to be able to do much on it. And that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, David, like one of the moves that comes to my mind is queen c8. And I don't feel like my queen is the most effective on c7. Like it's okay. But I'm thinking about queen c8 with some ideas of, bishop f5, bishop g4, possibly.
Yeah.
I would love to like trade off your bishop on d3.
Yeah.
Absolutely would love that.
I think queen c8 and queen d7 are the main candidate moves because of that. And the key point, queen d7 would be like an unusual move, but the key point is that on rook d1, you have bishop g4. No, wait. Did I calculate that right or not?
I think you might lose a pawn. Bishop h7, king h7.
Yeah. What?
Rook d7, bishop f3, and like rook e7.
Okay, so maybe queen c8. Maybe your move is right.
How about we bet $1? This is a tough one, guys. I only like to bet on like things that are at least somewhat like, okay, it's true. The Vachier bet was easy, but this one's not easy. Like I'm not that confident in queen c8. Like I feel like it's interesting, but I wouldn't be shocked if, he found some other concept entirely. So I feel like this is a good challenge to bet on. What do you think, David? So
there's a range of candidate moves for black here. It's not at all obvious.
But we will see how well I understand Diak.
But I like your queen c8. That said, it's been an hour and a half, folks. We're going to have to take a tiny break. These have to happen now and then. So thank you for your patience. We will be back in just a couple minutes with more of the Superbet Classic.
Chess Officer, back again for more chess terms and tactics explained. That's the thing that I'm apparently doing now with my time. I believe being a Chief Chess Officer makes me qualified to break down some basic tactics. So here we go with the fork. Right before your eyes, you see a beautiful, beautiful image of a fork going through a knife. But let's talk about the common ways this tactic occurs. Perhaps no fork is more common, or at least the threat of executing this type of fork is often key to making a lot of tactics work. Whether you actually see top players make this blunder or not, the threat of making a fork upon attacking two minor pieces, either in the opening or even as you transition from opening to middle game, is a very common way to win material, whether it actually happens on the board or whether they prevent it. This is one you really want to know and have in your repertoire. The next example of a fork is probably the one we think of most commonly visually when you imagine a fork. It is a knight attacking two major pieces. Whether it's a check fork where you attack a king and rook, whether it's two rooks as you see here, maybe if you're super lucky, it's a king and a queen, a royal fork as they call it. Either way, the knight coming to the square literally shows you the fork in the road, hence the term fork, as it attacks more than one piece in the enemy camp, and black goes on to win material. The next example of a fork is important because while we don't actually call double attacks by pieces that aren't the pawn or knight forks, it is essentially a fork. Here we see the bishop go to the g4 square, attacking two enemy pieces, the king and the rook. This is a double attack or a fork and goes on to win material. Anytime you're putting more than one piece in your enemy opponent's camp under fire, you are forking, placing a double attack on their pieces. After this, we like to see one real game example, so I picked a special one that we're going to show you now. Here's a game chosen between Grandmaster Georg Meyer and Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen. Some people have heard of these guys. The world chess champion went on to win with the black pieces in the Grenke Chess Classic in 2017 when he traded queens on e5. The fun part of this combination is that the first fork is not enough. Georg Meyer brings the king to e3 and seemingly regains all of his material. But after knight to d3 check, we see the final and fatal fork, winning the rook on b2. Georg Meyer actually resigned on the spot in this position, as he would obviously go down a ton of material and easily lose the endgame. Hope you enjoyed this video. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. For all of our subscribers tuning into this content, thank you so much for being that. And I'm going to send it back to the broadcast crew now, and I will see you around on chess.com.
Welcome
guys.
back, everybody.
Yes, David and I are back. We happy to be with you guys, bringing you the round 8 of the Superbet Chess Classic Romania to see who is going to win this tournament as we head into the final 2 games of the event. We got Wesley So maintaining his leadership position with a draw against Alireza Firouzja, and Levon Aronian hoping to match him and save the game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Meanwhile, I think there's what was the most interesting position on the board? How about the game Mamedyarov Dominguez? We really haven't looked at that in a while, David.
But the Kings have been opened up. So this game has reached a more exciting moment, actually. And we'll have to back up maybe a few moves and see what precipitated this. The queen side pawn structure we recognize.
But out of the opening, it looks like Dominguez got a reasonable set of pieces left on the board with his knight against white's light squared bishop.
Yeah, do you know that Dominguez actually used that idea I spoke about in the very beginning? He traded off his dark squared bishop with bishop f6.
Right. He played the recapture on d7 after long thought here in order to prioritize trading the dark squared bishops. So they got these pieces traded. And we got here, white's got nice control over the d file, but the light squared bishop lacks targets and the knight is decent. And it looks like Schoch decided to open the front on the king side. So he either thought that he still had a small plus or was just feeling, good because he decides with g3 to expand on the king side with f4 as well. And Dominguez tries to slow him down with g5.
Wow. Wow. Okay. But, there's definitely risk in white opening up his king like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So let's see what is the current position.
Risk for both sides. He continued on here with f5. And I think he may or may not have had a choice anymore at this point about going forward, because I feel like if you go rook f1 to try and hold the dark squares, afraid of giving the knight e5, and black plays queen c3, this might be going fairly poorly for white. So having said f4, he may have been somewhat obliged to keep going with f5. It opens a threat of queen takes h6. So I think the knight will come to f4. Black trades first and then plays knight f4. And this was the live position that we saw a moment ago. It's move 32 for white, 30 minutes against 14. And here Mamedyarov played not a surprising move while we were talking, because, it's a pretty clear move. Brings the bishop off of e2 to c4, where it finally has a target.
Yeah, okay. My first impression of this position is that, I would rather be white. I do like the bishop on c4 getting an outpost. Usually knights are the ones who really appreciate outposts. And I kind of wish I could move black's pawn from h6 to g5 to support the knight.
Then you might prefer black.
Yes, exactly. Right. One idea that white has here that I find quite troubling is this rook d4 move coming.
Rook d4 could come next, right? So basically, if you just compare the squares the pieces are on, you might say the knight would be stronger based on being on a good dark square near the kings. But because the knight's not supported there and white can undermine it, if this knight gets forced to a random square, then Irina's going to prefer the bishop.
Yeah, I like the bishop. I don't feel like the knight is too amazing. I'm a little concerned, about what are the rook and the queen doing on the c file now that they're closed by the bishop. And if you can't go rook d8 and you can't go rook e8, well, clearly white's rook is better than black's rook. So I suppose, David, it's really going to be just about black playing like king h7, right? It's not that hard to guess what he's going to do, because basically when you think about it, you realize the rook on c8 is bad. You have to find a file for it. And so you start looking at the g file, because you also have to make use of the knight on f4, the queen possibly going to c6 after the check. So I think, whether it's king h8 or king h7, king h7 looks better.
Yeah. Of all the files on the board, the G file is certainly the one that speaks to me as somebody who enjoys checkmate. I was noticing that if rook d4 and the knight moved, that h6 would be undefended. So I imagine king h7 is going to be better than king h8. Normally, you put your king on the opposite color of the opponent's bishop, just less tactics, But here, I think queen h6 is an issue. You're going to have to play king h7. But before we do that, can we just check the tactics on queen c5 and rook d8? Because otherwise this would be a major alternative to trade queens anytime it's available. It just needs to get, checked on.
Well, I agree. So queen c5, queen trade in general, it would seem like what black would like.
Oh, unless we could play your rook d4 move and not trade queens.
Yeah, we
Hang on a
can.
second.
Yeah, we can.
I was just showing that rook d8 often like wins the queen. It's sort of a famous tactic, but here it looks like black can step out of it. Okay. So rook here. And now I'm just thinking white might not be threatening the knight because of rook d8, which, I mean, you can't play rook d8 here for black. But if white played queen f4, then maybe you could play rook
that's
d8.
pretty cool. Yes, that's a good point, David.
So I'm not sure what white's trying to do next after this move. King f1?
King f1, king f1, yeah.
King f1.
Or king f2. King f2 is also okay, but you have to watch out for knight h3. But
yeah.
So king f1 seems to be the next move. So if king h7, let's just try, I don't know, moving the king somewhere.
So we could get a similar position, but with this weird situation. Right? King f1, I'll save this king. Maybe send this knight on its way. Bishop f7, queen f5.
Also, David, actually on king f1, I have rook d8. Do you want to consider that?
Oh, because you got off the checks. Yeah.
No. Before we start retreating, let's see if we can attack.
Oh, that's very good. Because that does now probably force the queen trade, right? I have to do... Oh, not rook d3, knight d3. Rook e4. Rook e4. So if black wants to play an endgame, this is a major choice right here that's facing Dominguez between king h7 or queen c5.
Yep,
I mean, I wouldn't say
would
queen
agree.
c5 directly forces an endgame, but it has a very good chance.
I kind of hope we see the queens on the board, David. I'd like to have a little bit more excitement in this game.
So you're rooting for king h7 here?
Yeah, I'm rooting for king h7. I am. I think so. Queen c5. Anything I can do? I mean, how is the end game for you? I guess if I just take my f5 pawn is too weak. I don't really have.
Oh, we have to play f6, right?
Rook d7. Yeah.
Now, if you lose this, at least you'll probably win this one.
Actually, David, no, I kind of think this endgame is unpleasant. Hold on, because I have ideas of rook d6, rook a6. I think, and my bishop is just literally a beast on c4. He's not just an animal, he's a beast.
Okay.
I love that outpost for the bishop. He completely cuts the knight and attacks f7 and protects b3. I mean, it's
yeah. I
powerful.
wanted to play king h7 g6 here and say that although your pieces are beasts, the black king is closer to the fighting, which could be helpful. But then I realized king h7, bishop f7 is something I've been trying to avoid. So, I mean, it may still be something to calculate.
You can still play rook c6 there. Actually, David, can you play rook c6 to begin with or not? Or is there?
Rook c6 to begin with.
Is it even an option? It actually is an option,
this
right?
pawn here is what I have to go for now, right? And then, yeah, your knight's going to hate the a pawn.
Yeah. And then I would love to trade rook with you. Yeah, I don't think he's going for queen c5. That's pretty clear.
Yeah, I mean, you may have some kind of weird perpetual here with rook f6 and knight h3. But barring that, white will definitely be better.
Yeah, so I think king h7, and that's kind of good because we want the queens to stay on the board in this game.
No
Someone
move
said
yet,
that
right?
Fabi
So,
is time tanking here. How much time does Fabi have?
so I think Dominguez had 14 minutes when we came to this game. So he spent at least 8 minutes on this move. They're at move 32. I mean, it's not like extreme time pressure for Dominguez, but it is a complicated situation. And I have to say, Irina, if he gets really low on time, I think almost anyone that makes you more likely to trade queens when you're low
Yeah,
on
but
time.
he knows that it's not that pleasant after f6, and so and generally I've seen that Dominguez, he maintains a very high level when he's in time trouble, although at the same time that's where the mistakes do happen in his games as well. But he can definitely maintain a high level for a while. It's always possible to make a mistake and move 40, but I don't think he's feeling like we're going to start seeing bad moves from him just yet. Shall we take a look, David, at the?
We saw him yesterday when Firouzja hit him with rook h7, and then he played I guess like the position was losing, but he played a bunch of sort of computer perfect defensive moves under time pressure. He chose king h7. Hooray! So
yay. There we go. King to a pretty safe position. We will come back to this. Let's take a look. Our viewers are saying that Fabi has been thinking for 34 minutes already. Wow. What has he been thinking about? By the way, no.
I mean, it looks like knight takes ace.
He just made a move, right? So
maybe he just thought for 30 minutes about this.
Yeah. What was the previous position?
I suppose he had a rook on a1.
Wow.
So rapport, look at this. Defending
He's got 15 minutes left to make, and it seems like he has a good position, but 15 moves to make in like less than 5 minutes is definitely uncomfortable.
Yeah, you can miss a detail. I imagine he's going for the pawn trade, right? To give each side a passed pawn.
I don't know. I have no idea if that's what he's going for, because after knight b4, the knight can go to c6. Yeah.
Irina, if he really did think for 34 minutes on rook takes rook, and then after the opponent recaptures, sits here thinking again, that's really odd. That means he's got a huge hesitation about whether or not to go for rook d7 or like rook b1.
Yep. Yeah. Rook d7, knight b4. I guess you might have to go rook c7 if you want to try to move the c pawn. Well, let's try rook b1.
Okay. He went for it.
He went for rook d7.
But clearly with a lot of trepidation. I mean, even when even after the long think, there's not much you can like double check in a minute. It's more like he just wasn't confident.
Yeah, so knight b4 is pretty much forced. And then, I feel like, white has to be very accurate here, because otherwise, of course, the game is sort of liquidating down, right? So for white to create some problems, he's going to have to be careful. So knight b4, let's put it on the board, David.
Okay. White sort of needs this c pawn to do something. There's not a lot else to work with here.
Right, and you can't really push it. So let's say you go rook c7 to try to push it and go bishop c5.
Yeah. So can black just directly repeat with knight a6, knight b4, because your rook is defending the pawn?
The problem is there's knight a6, rook a7.
Right, and can't take the pawn. Okay. So I will not go knight a6.
I really need to get my b pawn going, and my knight's in the way.
We just need to bring our king near the passed pawn, I think.
Good move. I like the idea of getting out of the pin, David. King d8 is coming.
Yeah. So basically, what I'm seeing is c6, king d8, rook check, king here, You can go back and forth, or you can go for c7, right? c7,
Seven, but rook c8. What do you got there?
rook c8, and now the rook gets forced back and these pawns get traded. Oh, no, wait. Rook e7. Uh-oh, wait. How long did I hang that for? c6, king d8, already here. Just rook e7.
Wait, what? Oh, wait, hold on, Really? Rook there. Is that's it? That just wins? Oh, wow. It seems to win, right?
I don't promise a win, but
yeah. But
it's we can ask Nepo and Aronian if this is a win.
I was gonna say, David, we're gonna invite Aronian to defend this one.
Yeah. Yeah, as soon as he finishes his game with Nepo, we're like, hey, we've got another position for you over here.
Yeah. That's funny. All right, so let's now blender that tactic. And
right. Okay.
He's thinking.
I mean, in principle, I still like the move king e8. Just, I mean, logically, in the end game, I mean, your king belongs near the opponent's passed pawn. And as you mentioned, it also unpinned this bishop. But after c6, I need to avoid rook takes
d7. So
bishop.
What happens on bishop d8? I'm inviting you to take my pawns, and I take on c6 and try to push my b pawn.
So rook takes g7, knight c6. I mean, if white's winning, it's probably by taking this pawn, but we can refine this variation afterwards. But first look.
There does seem to be like real counterplay for black with the b pawn, because his pawn is much more advanced than white's pawns. It's perfectly supported by the rook on b8, and like I like the coordination of like the knight and the bishop as well. So I do see compensation here for black.
JRM Dell, if you mean rook takes e7, that is not an insane tactic for this level. It's just, it took me, I just missed it for a second, but not because it's like crazy advanced or anything like that. It's just sort of, you know, a geometry between these two pieces. And for Fabi, it's definitely like child's play or whatever. I mean, it's just really simple for him. And in fact, by accident, the first time I did this, Irina, I played the better move order like this, because having the pawn on c7 means that after takes, check. Oh, no, we still don't have time to defend it. No, it doesn't. Okay. Yeah, so I guarantee that these players would see that. And
yeah, the game between Vachier and Diak seems to be what's the word, like kind of evaporating. The game seems to be evaporating into a draw.
I mean, let's say you got $1. You would have successfully perhaps successfully evaporated this game as well with queen c8.
Yeah, and David, I feel like I told you, you know, like I understand this Diak player because our styles are similar. So I'm, you know, we'll see if I can guess more of his moves tomorrow.
Yeah. So bishop e4 was played here, and then bishop d5, getting a light squared bishop trade.
So the point of going queen c8 was also to walk away from the bishop on f4 so that you don't run into e6. Otherwise, you could never play this move.
You can move this without something happening here. Yeah. And
very solid. He improved the queen. I like.
Yeah, he's not worried about h6, g6 really. His pieces are good on light squares here. Structure is solid. Vachier played rook a6. And now we're just getting
a minute left. You know, he has a minute left versus Vachier's 30 minutes, and he has 5 moves left. But fortunately, his position is like simple enough to play at this point.
Oh, grabs a pawn. Vachier's got one too. Yeah. Very, very close to a position where you would agree a draw if you could make draw offers. Not really much to do, because I mean, you're even going to get a rook ending in a moment with bishop f2 g5 or g5 bishop e3 bishop takes e3. One way or another, we're headed towards an equal material rook endgame, so I think we can put that one in the books. Diak is going to continue to pass this super tournament exam with flying colors. I mean, he's having almost no trouble with these guys.
I know. That's what I like about his games. Like, you feel they're not really even able to put much pressure on him. You know, so our Romanian fans in the audience should be happy about that. That like literally his openings are good, his middle game play is good too, right? Like he's just not getting outplayed. And the only time that you can say, you know, he got outplayed, or he outplayed himself, you know, against Dominguez in the time trouble, just making like a terrible 40th move. Now let's go to Mamdyarov Dominguez, because that one is a real thriller.
Yeah.
Both kings are open.
King H7. Queen F3 was played there. Okay. Rook G8, King H1.
So he covered the diagonal. Now we understand why he put the queen on F3, so there's no queen C6 check.
Right. Okay. So he was planning to tuck the king on H1 versus F1. Even on F1, you'd want the long diagonal protected, right? Because you wouldn't want, like with your king on F1, you'd be watching out for a move like Queen C6 at some point. Okay, so he covers the diagonal, tucks the king in the corner. H5, H3.
Okay, so H5 surprises me as a move. I mean, it's not.
I think he wants to support that knight.
Yeah, now, that's probably the idea, but I still think like, you know, H5 is not an absolutely obvious move, you know, moving like, you know, your king is already kind of vulnerable, right? So like now when you move your pawn, like you're basically saying your knight will never move. And I really want to think about like why he did that, David, you know, because H5 looks so strange to me. Now,
I think it's the same threat you mentioned before, is that white's threatening Rook D4 or maybe Rook F1. And when that knight has to move, black's just, I mean.
Well, the knight has nowhere to move. It's trapped,
they fall apart. I found one legal square for it on G2, but I mean.
Okay, yeah. Go to G2, but you don't survive. Okay, so that
I mean, you assume your game is done then, right? Maybe like white plays Rook E4, Knight G2, Rook D4 to E4, right? And the knight is actually trapped by the Rook E4.
Yeah. Well, okay. In that case, I really feel a little nervous about black's position. Like I understand it's still balanced, but like I feel like if he has to pull out moves like H5 just to survive, I mean, it's very tricky. So white plays H3 to stop Rook D4. And now black is on turn. He's only got 3 minutes for how many moves does he need to make? He needs to make 5 moves. Okay, it's doable.
So this renews the threat of Rook D4 or F1, I think, kind of trapping the knight. But white now has a weakness on H3 black might be able to use.
Yeah. So this is such a crazy position. I just saw, you know, the computer line here. Rook F1 and Knight G2, indeed, going into G2. And the computer is somehow saying this is okay for black.
Well, because Rook F5, Bishop D3.
Right.
And I don't know if that's a double pin or a what, but, you know, black's losing something.
You know, Dominguez is really a very good player. You can feel that when he gets low on time because he's still able to like not crack under the pressure. And like actually find the best moves in the position, which are far from obvious.
Right.
So Rook F1, Knight G2. Let's just examine that, David, because with a knight on G2, it's a very unusual position.
Sorry, yeah, I was just thinking for myself about Rook D4, something else, but yeah. Knight G2. Threat is no Rook G3 because of Queen H5. That's not a threat.
You basically just want to go maybe Knight H4, right?
Yeah, try and come back out and maybe take the F pawn. Although even that's a maybe. Maybe the move he really wants to play is King H6. Defending the rook and pawn and getting the king off of light squares.
So how do we maintain our initiative? So what happens on Rook to G1? It's Knight H4, isn't it? You have the tempo on queen.
Yeah. The knight can extricate right here. Queen is hit, and although G5 and H5 are tenuous, there's no tactical move here for white. After you move the queen, black's always gonna have Rook G1. And then even Queen G3, right? Like, we come here. G1, king G1, queen G3. White drops this pawn with check. Then black can take this pawn too if they want. And it can fall apart for white. Now, Mamedyarov does have some time on the clock, right? I mean, he's got 20 minutes, 24 minutes for these 5 moves. So he might be able to come up with something, although Dominguez will be able to keep pace. I mean, he still has some time to find maybe a good move. So rook F1, knight G2. I mean, what should white do there, Irina?
Yep, let's exhaust all the possibilities. So we basically understand that knight H4 is the idea. And also, you know, you can't move your queen too far because like queen G3 will be an idea.
I want to play queen E4 to prevent knight H4, right? I mean, I
Right,
feel
and
like
then
once black plays knight H4, I'm done.
I'm saying queen D3 is an idea there. That's kind of like the issue. But you might, I mean, you might have rook F3. I don't know. You can take a look at that, but you have to consider that the queen might come in.
So queen E4, queen G3. Yes. Now
also,
you're
can
threatening.
I say one more thing, David? Can I go back for 1 second?
Yeah.
I just realized one more little point. You're actually, you're not stopping knight H4.
What?
Right?
How am I not stopping knight H4?
Because I can still go there, I think, and queen C6 and just little diagonal there.
What?
Yeah. Can't block me.
Oh, well, there goes my point of queen E4. But that means I can't stop knight H4. I mean, I don't have any piece other than the queen that could control H4.
Yeah, right. So exactly. Knight H4 you cannot stop. It's just okay. Someone is saying bishop D5 is a top engine move here, or is it like here, or is it after?
That frees the queen from defending that diagonal, like we just saw in the knight H4 line.
Let's try bishop D5. Sure, that's right. It makes sense. I totally get it.
As somebody says, overprotecting the diagonal.
Okay. Wow. That looks like a reasonable move. Yeah.
Right. So queen G3 loses. White can trade queens and then win the knight with the bishop. That's the other thing about this bishop is not only overprotecting the diagonal, but you could take the knight in some lines, which the queen can't do. And then on rook G3, queen H5 is completely winning for white, I think. Again, bishop G2. So I'm going to play my move for black, king H6.
Wow. So you don't want to even try to play knight H4. Yeah. But no, king H6 is interesting. Okay. So now I need to figure out, David, perhaps I can just trap your knight. How about queen F2? Would you be so kind as to give me that knight?
Certainly not.
No. I insist.
Huh.
Yeah.
You trapped the knight much better than I did.
Because the bishop will take it on G2, right? It's quite nice. Our chat suggested there, you know, that bishop D5 move, and that is a very nice move for white.
We've got a computer
Try
powered
to get out, David. Try to get out with knight H4.
Okay, I'll try and get out while I can, but this seems risky too.
Okay, so what am I wanting here? Like, what do you want? You can't really take an F5, right? So queen F2, you have, I don't know, you have queen G3 as an option. Rook G3. Okay, rook G3 is looking kind of bad. Yeah, I can't really hold H3.
Yeah, knight H4 looks pretty good. Mamedyarov in deep thought and comes up with rook to F1.
That's what we looked at. Yep.
So challenging the knight, just like what we were looking at, and now is knight G2, bishop D5.
Yeah, I think we're going to see this position, and then
Knight G2 instantaneous from Dominguez.
Yeah, I do predict he's going to play bishop d5 because otherwise his problems on that diagonal are quite large, So bishop d5, knight h4. I still don't understand where we're putting our queen, David. Let's figure that out.
Okay, yeah, let's try and find it again. So we had knight g2, bishop d5, knight h4.
Okay, so here it is.
So we have to avoid rook g3, I think, Irina. I think that's like the biggest danger. Like the fastest way to lose for white is allowing rook g3. So
I mean, it's funny how the computer bar shows equality, but like I'm really struggling to find a move for white.
yeah, I mean, the moves are hard to find for white and black, in my opinion. I mean, now that we've got the knight g2, h4 idea, we struggle to find white's move. But once we find a good move for white, it's going to be hard to find black's moves again.
But he did not play bishop d5, David. He played queen e4.
That's the first move I tried, and you played knight h4 anyway here.
Oh, that's
And
right.
that's what I'd overlooked, right? Was knight h4, queen h4,
Right.
queen c6. I don't know how anyone's supposed to see that. I mean, I think even Mamedyarov probably didn't see that. Honestly, I mean,
It's possible to blunder for sure.
I don't know.
But
It
knight
looks like you're
h4
covering
is-
h4.
And maybe threatening f6 or something, right?
Right. And maybe threatening f6 at the same time. Maybe you're doing something, but this is where I want my king to live. So if Lanier plays knight h4, which I think by necessity, he might have to see it. I know he's only got 2 minutes, but I mean,
Oh, he'll find it.
his knight's kind of trapped, right? So,
I'm very confident in Dominguez.
yeah. So on f6, king h6, I don't see any follow-up for white. Bishop d3 is threatening at least, so it's a nice angle, and black has to block on g6, I think. Wait, something else has just been played.
He did
Rook
not.
g3. Well, maybe this move's good too.
Wow.
Maybe this
Yeah.
move's good too. So he's threatening, he's threatening rook h3, king g2, queen h2 mate. So he's threatening.
Right.
He's
There's
threatening.
only really one move, right? Which is rook f3.
Rook f3.
And
And
then black should be out of all danger, I guess. Although rook f3 maybe.
well, rook f3, I wonder if black could play like knight e1 or knight h4.
Yeah, knight h4 I was just looking at, but unfortunately I don't think you can because I just take it.
You take it and then check and you grab the rook, right?
All right.
I'd seen that too, which is why I came up with this move, knight e1.
E1. Yeah, that's interesting. Ooh, so it doesn't like the computer board doesn't like
Okay,
it. Why
computer
not?
says I'm blundering something. See, I claim this position is hard to play. I claim it's easy to blunder.
I agree. So let me figure out why this
What
is
did I do now?
so bad because I don't see. Oh, well, it's
Oh,
f6. We're
I
definitely
know,
gonna start with
f6 and then
Yeah.
queen e3 after king h6.
Right.
And if the rook blocks, then you can take the knight finally.
Yeah, yeah. I agree, David. So rook f3, knight. So knight e1 doesn't work, right? So
Knight
none of
e1
those
doesn't work. Knight h4
the
doesn't work.
fancy knight moves don't work.
All my fancy.
What are
knight-
some less fancy moves that you can do?
I could
mean,
trade
one-
rooks and then move my knight to f4, back to
Right,
f4 and
that's
defend the
one.
h5 pawn. It's very
Yeah.
boring, but I mean, now I'm not leaving all my pieces hanging. I've got a choice, right? I can either play moves that look cool and blunder something, or I can play some really boring moves and defend my pieces.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, he's kind of forcing Mamedyarov into trading the rooks. And yes, it does make the game less exciting. I mean, it probably should go towards a draw, although, queen and knight duo are still considered to be quite good against the queen and bishop.
I mean, it's still a
But-
complicated endgame, I would say, like
Yeah.
there's potential on the queen side at the a5 pawn. Both kings are still kind of exposed.
But what about bishop f7 here, David? Like, don't you think that could peter out into some endgame here?
Bishop f7 right here.
Yeah, actually, Blue Crew is also suggesting that idea.
I mean, how's my attack? Just a draw? Queen c1 to d2. Knight check if the king comes up.
Yeah.
Actually, let me be even more aggressive. I'm going to go queen c1, king h2, and I'm not going to take the draw.
I'll go. All right.
I'm going to go for the throat. Come on, queen and knight. Show us what you're famous for.
Well, this is quite nice, David. I like your idea.
No, you've got an easy defense.
Yeah, but don't tell me. Don't tell me. I want to find it. Okay, first I'm going to ask myself what you want. This is like the key, right? So what you want is like queen d2 check, and there still seems to be no big threat, but that's the first thing I just noticed.
That's my first problem.
Your first problem is there's no threat, David. So don't scare me with this h4 move.
It was a very aggressive move, you know. It looks like I'm building a mating net.
yeah. I guess I can go bishop c4 if I want to keep it really safe, right? And
just defend all your pieces, control some squares. Yeah. The move that I thought was no fun is queen f2, stopping my checks on the second rank and attacking my h pawn. That removed my will to play the position.
Yeah.
But I do think, Irene, I probably have a draw with queen c1, queen d2. I mean, I don't know who's trying to win or what, but my guess would be that this is a direct draw.
You know, let me see where things are actually happening in this game. Wow. Okay.
Rook g3 and Mahmoud Yarov's thinking.
Yeah, no, I mean, Caruana reports has kind of headed into the direction that we thought, like black sacked two of the pawns on g7 and h7 in order to advance the b pawn.
This is exactly what we had.
Yeah.
So is the knight going back to its favorite square here with knight b4?
And it seems to, right?
And it did.
Yeah.
King d3. I mean, there's danger here for rapport. I mean, there's counterplay, but there's also danger, right? Because the b pawn's blockaded and the king's close to it. I mean, you can lose a pawn like this, then you're down too.
Yes, definitely. This will require a lot of accuracy from a report. And I guess on rook c8 to b c2, actually, let's try that. Let's try rook c8. Like, I feel like I need to try to activate my rook. Okay, I thought you would go rook b7, but knight c4 is interesting. It helps me win, David. Yes, can I tell you that? That like,
sure,
I don't mind the move.
Go ahead and win.
Yes, thank you very much for helping my pawn out. Yes.
Okay, so how are you gonna beat me?
Yeah, I'm gonna take the knight that you're offering up as a sacrifice.
Yep.
And I'm gonna push my pawn. And then I will block you.
Now I try rook b7, but it's too late, huh?
It's too late because I don't know, knight b6 or bishop b6 wins.
Oof.
So don't, guys, don't unblock the passed pawn. You got to be really careful on those tactics.
Yeah, that's one of the perhaps most flavorful quotes in all of chess, right? The passed pawn is a criminal who must be kept under lock and key.
Yeah.
So, I mean, knight c4 kind of at least taking the key out of the gate. Let's send another jailer to b7. And now you're probably going to block me off on b6, right?
I was kind of thinking about bishop b6. That's correct.
Now, I still can't play knight c4. I still can't play king c4. Ooh, I like what you did, Irina.
I mean, knight a4. You can try knight a4. I don't know if you're like, you're probably threatening something there with knight a4.
Yeah.
All right. So
you could take, and then on b2 you could take.
He didn't play, by the way, he did not play rook c8. He played bishop e7, which I think really
Ooh.
good play by Report. I have to say, he's such a good player. Despite his like blunders in this tournament, like look at this move. The idea is to keep the rook out. It's like literally the problem that we just uncovered, right? Because I tried rook c8 and we figured out the problem. The problem is the rook goes to b7. So you see how his move directly addresses that problem. Like he's already solved it. He's keeping the rook out, rook h8, bishop f8. And it can be a repetition, which suits him just fine. And if not a repetition, then he will go rook c8 and rook c2.
So the other move for white here would be king c4, right? Because you were initially playing rook c8, I think, to keep the king from crossing. Oh, wait. Fabi's already played it. I mean, Fabi's on 1 minute. So yeah, so he couldn't think about it too long. King c4. So now on rook c8, king b3. Probably not good enough.
There's no knight b6, is there? Like king b3. I mean, there is, and I think it's worth looking at, David, actually. I think knight b6 is really worth looking at. And knight a4. And king takes, and like rook b2, because the king is really bad on a4, and it seems like I'm winning one of your pawns. Maybe
Let's
I
say
can win
bishop
another one.
e3 to keep f4 defended, and let's take a pawn. I mean,
Yeah.
it lets the king off the side, but potentially you could come back and cut him off on the c file, or you could go after these.
Yeah, because I think I can go after f4 basically, and my king is really good. Like your king is terrible. It's hard to overstate like how awful that king on a4 is, like completely cut off. So I would look in this direction. I would look at knight b6.
That's pretty cool. I wonder if folks in chat have seen this knight a4 move before. It's like a pretty cool tactic. You go to the square attack by both pieces, but basically force the way.
Burning Heat's question, David. If a passed pawn is a criminal, what does that make a protected passed pawn? The mafia? A politician? That's a good one, Burning Heat. I just want to say I appreciate that parallel. Yeah.
Yeah, because there is the phrase like protection money in organized crime, right?
And David, like the thing is, like that makes me a little sad because I really like the protected passed pawn. I always want to get myself a protected passed pawn.
Right.
And then comparing it to the mafia or a politician makes me like less positive about it.
Right. So you're more of a fan of passed pawns than of organized crime.
Right. That's right.
Yeah. Well, Rapport played rook b6.
Can I say something, David? I almost never guess his moves, right? Like with Diak, I feel like I can guess his moves. Like I really don't guess very many of Rapport's moves.
No, I would guess, Irina, it's not just you, right? Like I think Rapport has to be the hardest to guess his moves of any player in this tournament, perhaps any player in the top 50. That's like my first guess. I mean, I haven't thought through it carefully on every single player, but I mean, he's always surprising me.
Right. And just like, normally I would expect to at least sometimes predict a person's moves, but like, I really don't guess many of his moves. And it's a shame because he's such a strong player and he comes up with a lot of strong moves, but I don't see any of them. Yeah. So let's try to understand, what is the point of rook b6 exactly?
I think he doesn't want to retreat bishop f8. Like he just wants the rook to be free of this checking thing. And also he may feel the position's like close to a standstill.
Wow. So like you're saying literally like as a prophylactic move so he can play king d7. So what if white plays h4? I mean, like,
that's what I was wondering about was h4, but Fabi with 4 seconds on the clock. And it's a little bit rare to see Fabi just burning his last drops, but he played bishop a5. But yeah, I mean, h4 was my question here too, because I was wondering, what is like, is there not a way to just improve the position for Rapport here with the h pawn? And The Stockfish bar is saying that there is, that he had something in mind here.
Oh, knight takes f4.
I wondered
maybe?
about that too. Brilliant
There's rook
idea, but
e7,
it doesn't
yes.
work, right? Because white can lead with rook e7, eliminating
Rook
the rook
e7.
b4 trick. Yeah.
Okay, so what is it? I'm gonna find it. I want to find like what it is that makes black better after h4. I'm very much interested in that.
Yeah.
There's something here which actually gives black a better position.
Seems like the pieces
Bishop
are almost
a3.
maxed out.
It's bishop a3, isn't it? I'm going to start unblocking your knight, which I couldn't do
Oh,
earlier because of this rook h8 trick.
now something has to give. Now something has to give, because if you play bishop c1, then the rook, you know, comes into your position.
Yeah, or rook c6 winning the bishop. Or well,
Oh, sorry, rook c6.
actually,
Sorry.
rook c6. Well, you have to calculate that. There's king
Okay.
b3, rook c3.
Yeah, I'm not
but-
sure. Rook c3. Yeah, this is hilarious, Irina. Rook c3, right? Trying to get the king off of here. Here.
And
Knight
checkmate.
b4. You get the king
Maybe.
off of the bishop, but he defends c1.
Yeah, he defends. No checkmate on c1.
Yeah. Actually, it goes on and on. This line is insane, Irina. Look at this. Knight d3 check, winning the piece. King c2 hitting the knight. This is like an endgame study. Knight b2, king b3, and white wins.
Yeah, amazing. Amazing. So he plays bishop a5 to try to like disturb the rook a bit.
Okay, so here's the
Fabio
thing.
is in some trouble in a way, right?
And this
Like,
makes
it
sense. Go ahead.
seems like the playing initiative actually is on black's side now, and especially with him not having much time, he still has 5 moves to make, and he has so little time. I do feel like, you know, he's definitely under pressure here, despite being the one-up a pawn.
Yeah. And I was going to say, now we understand really like rook b6, how important it was to get the rook out of rook h8. Like I felt it had something to do with that. But now when we see the threat is bishop a3 on the previous move, if you played bishop a3, there's probably only one really good move for Fabi, and that's rook h8 check, forcing the bishop back. Presumably, we can kind of extrapolate that. So rook b6, threatening bishop a3, because on rook check, you can just run your king out now, or actually run your king towards white's passed pawns. So bishop a5 hitting the rook, because the rook could run out of squares on the b file, right? For like if you're on b7, you're not threatening bishop a3. On b8, you're not threatening bishop a3. So what does Richard have here? Does he have...
Can he just go rook a6?
Rook a6. Does he have knight e3, rook b5? Let's see. Rook a6.
King b5, maybe?
b5. There's no way you could sack and play bishop a3, is there? No. No, because knight c4.
Yeah, and then yeah.
And then the knight would come back around and cover b1.
So he seems to be repeating. Look at that.
What's happened? Sorry.
Rook b7, bishop
Rook
d2.
b7.
So yeah, he hasn't gone to a6. And this is Fabi's, I think, offer of a repetition.
He plays bishop b2 quickly. I suppose rapport is threatening knight takes f4 here. So
Yeah.
that's like a reason to repeat, maybe.
Yeah,
But
he's throwing a lot of, yeah, knight f4 is the main one. Yeah.
could maybe also be g3, but Fabi plays bishop d2.
Yeah, I think there's a reasonable chance. Well, I see what I do think that Fabi wants a draw, which, like we said, it wouldn't be a shock. I mean, he's under pressure here. And Report, I think, is going to try to, you know, he's going to try to see if he can play for a win. That's like, I'm already clear about his style, and he really is willing to take on some risk. And it's not necessarily that he's better, but like he has more time. If he has,
his style is a mix of brilliance and over pressing. Is that what you're saying?
yes, yes.
Trying to win positions where you should just agree to a draw.
If he can find any chance, he will play on, I think.
Yeah.
if he's playing for a win, maybe king f8, king g8.
I wonder if he still has full confidence in his calculation though, right? Like you're saying, like he'll press for the
Wow,
win
he
if
went
there's
king
any
f8.
chance.
He has that. He has it, David. He just answered us.
I mean,
He
Irina,
has a lot of confidence.
if you were in round 8 of a tournament and you hadn't won a game yet, and you'd lost 2 games, both by overpressing, like, would there be a moment where you start doubting yourself and just take a draw?
Well, that's one scenario, David. Yeah, there is that scenario. Or there's a scenario like, look, I got to win a game before the tournament is over because otherwise it's going to feel like a total failure. So no, a lot of respect to Richard Rapport. I mean, look, guys, like that was clearly an offer of repetition by Fabi, and Rapport is like, nope, we're going to keep playing. You know, I might not be better, but the game's going to continue.
Rook h3. Fabi is just scrambling for that draw. He's like believing that Rapport is that good. And one option here for black is knight f4 now because there's no rook takes e7. And other options for black, I'm not sure what they are.
Yeah, he can't really go for that knight b6 idea. It's not as good as it used to be because white will have rook d3 in the end, protecting the bishop. Yeah, you guys in the chat, you are appreciating Rapport, yeah, for playing like this. I'm glad. I'm glad that his play is eliciting this kind of appreciation. And knight f4 is played on the board.
He takes. When he gets it right, it's just a thing of beauty, Irina. You know, when he's not missing anything, it's just incredible.
Yeah. Now, what does the word giga Chad mean, David? I've seen that in the chat. Like, what is that?
It means that he's like a super, like, you know, alpha, you know, boss kind of person.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, I agree. Yes.
Yeah.
Rapport is alpha. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, apparently it's also like they're trying to type an emote, but the emote's not showing up for us because we don't have some kind of extension installed to see more stupid pictures.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I noticed, like, I see a lot of things that, like, I don't understand what they actually are, like KEKW.
Right. Yeah, when people are talking like kick, waka waka, wiki daki, all of those are like supposed to be stupid pictures. Yeah.
I should download some things. Yeah. All right. So let's look at the board. Bishop f4 is like,
I mean, look, they're like completely ununderstandable, right? It's just a string of random capital letters, the entire chat.
Yeah. So bishop f4, rook b4. Okay, there's a trade.
King b3.
He got
now, unfortunately for our Giga Chad kind of person, the knight is ready to hop to c4 and defend this e5 pawn. Because ideally here, the ideal scenario, right, is Rapport plays rook e4, collects the weak pawn on a dark square, and then grinds the bishop and rook against knight and rook. But
yeah, I just want to ask one really important question to the chat.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, what is the female version of Giga Chad? And I hope there is one. You guys are
good question.
Me, right?
Irina's like, you guys better have a word for female Giga Chad or I'm canceling all of Twitch.
Oh no, it's not Giga Karen. There's no way. There's no way. No way that is it.
Giga Irina, they're inventing it for you. I think they're finished. I think these people ran out of pictures to throw at your.
Yeah.
You're gonna argue that a Giga
Chad.
Actually,
I like that. Giga Crush sounds pretty good.
Giga Crush. Yeah.
Yeah. Giga Crush.
Oh man.
Okay. I'm willing to loan my name.
You're willing
for that. Yeah.
Yeah. These people might just have the power to explode that. I mean, one of them can go throw some pixels together. Somebody else can start spamming it in 10 different channels at once. And yeah.
So, I mean, I'm glad we went over this important issue, guys, because I wanted to make sure we got some equality here. you know?
Yeah.
The women had some cool names. So, all right, let's see. A report is down a pawn. Yeah, but he's going to go after which pawn here? After G2 or E5, David?
Yeah, I mean, the problem with E5 is knight C4. It's not what I hoped for.
Right. Well, he didn't really get anything here, it's true, right? So he like tried to play on, but hopefully it's not going to cost him anything. I still think he's well within the range of a draw. Like it's really hard to see him losing. Well, what about rook F2, David?
Yeah, I mean, my idea here was sort of ugly rook G3, but maybe bishop H4 refutes that conveniently, huh? Bishop H4. And then, I don't know. I mean, on G6, it looks like we get trapped by king F7.
Well, you can go to H6 there.
Oh, right. H6, yeah. And then we just go back to G5 and the pawn's still hanging.
And then black is happy. I actually thought you would maybe would play G3. Okay, he played rook G4. Okay, so who can figure out why he did that, guys? Well, I mean, I think there is a clear point to that move, why he chose that way to attack the G2 pawn. So let's see if you guys are thinking the same thing I'm thinking about.
I'm thinking I'm not going to get your question right, Irina. That's what I'm thinking.
But the chat has a chance, David.
The chat has a chance. Yeah, some of them have access to an engine. Others of them have access to emotes, and some of them have access to, yeah.
Can't block with G3 now. Well, actually, I can block with G3.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm personally thinking that on G3, maybe he just wants to go. I mean, okay, it's not for sure, but one idea is F4, right?
Oh, yeah.
Trade off everything.
I mean, if you were Aronian, yeah, F4 and try and trade off the pawns.
Yeah.
Isn't there?
But maybe he just wants to provoke G3 to keep their rook completely blocked in and then actually go and do something else.
Right. But then why not have the rook on F2? You said there's some secret reason why he's going through G4 and not F2.
Oh, just so that there's no possibilities of G4 by white, zero, just to make sure. I don't know. That's why. I mean, I can't imagine why else he'd want the rook on G4.
Yeah.
So G3.
Oh, there is a good point here in chat. Somebody's saying that if you can get white to play G3, then you can play king G7 and the rook is actually trapped. It's just stuck in H3.
Yeah.
I mean, you can never go win it with the dark squared bishop, but I mean, you can keep white from playing.
Yep. That's right. I mean, yeah, if black can win the E5 pawn, black can dream about winning this game. So maybe he's just going to go. Oh, he played knight E3. So he is saying, okay.
So he's going for the E6 pawn here.
It's petering out. Yeah, that's pretty much the end. Black.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even fight against the draw with king F7 because the white rook has H6 and H7. It's just not doing anything.
Rook takes G2, knight F4, rook E2, and
rook.
I mean,
wait, no, hang on.
Oh, not rook E2,
Yeah.
just somewhere that's not E2, F2, I guess.
Right.
Yeah. White doesn't have I mean, those pawns that white has, I really don't think that he can do much with them against black's army, and white's king is not very good. So
yeah, maybe bishop G5 to F4 as a plan here to try and eliminate one of those pawns.
yeah. So,
But-
okay, let's move on, David, to another game, because I
Yeah.
think we did cover the exciting part of this game, and it really was a good portion. for
Yeah,
us
they
to
also just made it to
follow.
move 40. You know, I'm surprised that Nepo and Aronian are still playing.
I know, we kind of like haven't been back there for a really long time. It looks like White has finally made substantial progress and is about to win the G6 pawn.
How did Black lose the C pawn? They must have played like C5 themselves on purpose at some point and sacked it for some tactical reason. I mean, there was no way for White to take on C6.
So basically, I think what's going to happen is like we are going to land in bishop and knight versus rook. Bishop, well, we already have bishop and knight versus rook. Bishop and knight versus king. And I mean,
Versus king.
long time ago, people were asking, well, you know, is that a possibility? And I do think at this point it really is, because, you know, White just wins G6 and Black will have to make do with winning the B6 pawn, trying to give away the rook. And yeah, I think Nepomniachtchi will be able to win with the bishop at knight.
Yeah. Yes. If it comes down to bishop and knight versus king, he will surely be able to win. Should we see like the technical phase that we missed here?
Sure.
Let's see. Where did we last see this game? Like, nope, it was before this. Around here is where we last saw it, right? Bishop f4, rook g1, bishop g3, rook check. Okay. King here. Rook check. Okay. And the knight finally retreated to stop the checks. Huh. So how was White to make progress? White offered the B pawn for the kingside pawns. Rook a4 check. Ooh, probably gonna have to play knight b4. Bishop b4. This was not easy, Irina. This is pretty intricate. Now the
Yes,
bishop's on
definitely.
b4. What a random square. I mean,
I know. It didn't feel easy at all. It didn't feel like very smooth. Yeah.
wow. Chess
Does
Lover tells me
Nepo-
actually
Yeah.
Nepo did threaten knight c6 at some point. Okay, we'll have to get to that. Bishop f8. Okay, this was a repetition. This time he plays knight b4. Okay, I think it's the same position otherwise. And f3. Okay, I definitely don't know what's going on. G6. Back to c5. The black king completely got out of here.
Yeah.
Tries to trade a pawn. White, of course, is going to push past. I wonder what's happening on rook a. Oh, rook a3, knight takes c6, maybe. And then rook f3, knight d8, check. So f5, g5, f4. Bishop d4. King d6. Now c5 is hanging over White's head. So
Benjamin tells us that he missed king f5. Was it here that he missed king f5? Was there some position where he could have like gone the better way? Yeah, like king f5 apparently was a better move. Now, why is that? So he basically, well, okay, he's going for the g5 pawn. And what, we're having a hard time? And then he just,
I don't know why it's a big deal. King f5 would be huge. It looks so natural too. Well, bishop f6 would be natural in response, saving the pawn.
right. And if the rook goes to a3, then you have like knight c6. But maybe, yeah. Okay, that's right.
Nice point, Irina. Very nice.
So where are you supposed to go? Like rook a5 to go to b5, David? Wow. Maybe. Try that. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I guess you can always put the bishop on d8 to guard both pawns.
Well, I've got something nice to do here.
Mm-hmm.
Please let me do it.
Oh. Oh, that's not nice. Yeah, you make me go back, huh?
Yeah. So you go rook a4.
No, well, I think maybe even king e6.
Oh, you're gonna just come out of f5. But in that case, I mean, it's not like anything special was achieved.
Yeah, so king f5. No, so king f5. Can we go back to that for a second?
Yeah.
King f5, bishop f6. So what is like the whole point of all of this for black? Like, okay, what does white want here? Can we just figure that out?
White wants king c5. That's like a crushing kind of threat.
King c5, because on rook a5, king d6, and then
King d6.
d5.
Keep going forward.
King c7, you sack the knight and you want to promote your pawn. Very interesting. So can you show that to the viewers? Like if we make some, well, we can't really make
I mean, what can I do for black? Like rook a3 as like a waiting move.
Yeah.
But that allows knight c6. That's the problem. It's also kind of a Zugzwang.
No, but yeah, but let's just put a waiting move, rook a3, king d4, rook a4, king c5 to do the triangulation.
Okay.
To show the idea that white has to win.
So now I'll come in here. Rook
and
b5.
check.
And it's going to maybe play king c7 or knight c6.
Yeah, I like king c7.
But this is even stronger again.
Oh, checkmate.
Yeah. That's even stronger than sacking it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not obvious, right? Just because the engine is saying king f5 is somehow a better move. I mean, I cannot say that so far we've actually understood like why it's so amazing to have the king on f5 and like how this is not like winding up to be some kind of a Zugzwang for black. Actually, it looks very difficult. It looks very difficult for black.
Very difficult. It feels like the king needs to get out of f5 ASAP.
Yeah. So let's see what happens in the game, David.
Yeah. Okay. So in the game, king d6 was played. Bishop g7, clever, allowing c5, but bishop f8 check would clean it up. So king backed up, bishop e5. Ooh, that's basically off of Zugzwang, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And now, I mean, white's just making progress. Bishop takes f4 is coming. This looks more or less decisive. On rook a3, I think white can play knight d3 and keep control of everything.
Mm-hmm.
There's still no rook a6 because of knight c5. So this is where Levon gave up a pawn. And then played rook a3.
And then he lost the f4 pawn and he's about to g6. Okay.
And this is where we picked back up with the game. Wait, he's leaving g6 hanging here. Is there something wrong with knight takes g6? Rook f5? Rook f5. Right.
So
okay. I'll put it on the board. I mean, it's like a very short variation, but it was not easy for me to find. So
yeah.
Put that.
Yeah, you don't want to lose that pawn. So you have to figure out a way to win the pawn without losing your pawn. That should be very doable. But on king e4, there is a rook g3.
This is the move I want to play. And I was
f6. It was bishop f6, I think.
Yeah, I was worried about rook b3.
Yeah, I'll take. I think that position should be winning.
You're going to make the trade of pawns?
Yeah. Yeah. I think my pawn is really fast.
Okay. Now are you going to f4 or f8 or?
F4, I guess. We're actually, you know what's interesting, David? Hold on. Bishop f6, you have Bishop f6.
Oh, and then knight on e5, huh?
Yeah, I was thinking like, but you know, there is a little problem with king e6. There's a well, actually, I can do it. Yeah, I can play bishop f6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Knight f4.
f4.
I don't. This is not easy, right? Because you can never allow the rook to sack for the bishop and pawn or knight and pawn on g6.
Yeah, no, but here king f5, I thought I have at the very end where we are. I mean, here I'm pretty happy because I'm rook b5. I have bishop e5 and my pawn keeps going.
Oh. Okay, so this is the position you want, more or less.
Yeah, this is the one I wanted. I mean, I'm not saying it's the cleanest way to get here, but yeah, it's just an idea. Like in the game, he already made a move. He just played bishop c7. Now, that kind of is slightly surprising, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is his idea against?
Okay,
rook G3?
The threat is king e5 winning. So the only move here is rook g3, like for sure. And it was played immediately because there's really nothing else. Once you get king e5, your bishop's anchoring the queen side and black can't stop, you know, knight g6, king f6 kind of moves. So rook g3 has to be played here. And now he played knight e6. So he's defending the pawn for the moment. And he's got two different ideas. One, he could bring the king over to f6 with the knight here. Or two, depending where the rook goes, he could maybe get knight f8 to g6, or he could use knight c5 to force the king to b7.
And so on rook d3 check.
I think the rook should maybe stay on this pawn, but okay, let's see. Rook d3 check, king e4, I'm guessing I have to play because you've got king e5, rook e3, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll go to e4. But here's the thing. Now I feel like you need to be attacking this pawn to stop my knight f8 to g6 idea.
Yeah. Okay, I get it. So your knight is going to f4. I see. I see.
So let's go rook g1 for Levon here. And now I can't cross king e5 to f6 because of rook e1. If I go knight f8 to g6, you take this pawn.
Maybe knight c5.
Right. So that leaves me knight c5, king c8, and then like bishop f4, rook b1.
Maybe also knight e4, David, actually. How about knight e4?
Okay.
F4.
Knight e4. Oh,
And
so you're going to now try and cross the king.
Yes, and we'll try to make
I'll come back.
Transatlantic crossing here.
I'll come back.
All right, king e5.
This is so much work. This is so much work trying to win these endgames. It's easy to underestimate how much work it is, folks. Like you look at it and you say, oh yeah, and after some moves, white eventually, you know, defends their pawns and wins one of black's pawns, but then you're playing a game and you just can't do it.
Yeah, I agree. Precision is important. But David, I feel like we have made time control in all the boards, and perhaps it is a good time for us to take our break. And when we come back, we can see, we can see how Dominguez is going to try to win against Mamedyarov. And okay, well, we might not see any more of Caruana reports because that game is really liquidating down into bishop versus rook, and I think that's very simple for the players. So, but we will be coming back, guys, to watch how Nepo tries to finish it off against Aronian and whether or not Dominguez can pull out a win against Shaq. We'll see you in a few minutes, guys.
Welcome back, everybody, to chess.com's coverage of the Superbet Chess Classic in Romania. We are now going to turn our attention for a bit to Mamedyarov and Dominguez playing out the classic Queen and Knight versus Queen and Bishop battle. They have just made time control a couple moves ago. They're just past move 40. So Dominguez is on his final 30 minutes, but he's not needed to use much of it, whereas Mamedyarov has already used more than half of his time on the first two moves here. Also, as you may have seen, just as we were going to break, the Caruana rapport game fizzled out to a draw. I mean, a well-played, full-bodied fight. I don't know anyone else who would want to play these positions Rapport's playing, because it looks like it requires incredible genius just to get a draw, but it's entertaining.
Yeah, so I mean, it looks like Dominguez has really improved his position over the last 10 moves or so. There was a point in the game that it seemed very double-edged and certainly dangerous for him. He navigated that time trouble phase really well, as he often does. And I think this game might even be over, David.
Yeah, I mean, resignation came in while you were talking, Irina. While you were talking,
Yeah.
while you were saying he navigated it really well and Mamedyarov resigned.
Oh, yes. Okay, let's just see what went so wrong for White in this game.
I mean, basically, it's this Giga Crush Knight on F4 that is just dominating the game in this phase here. So, I mean, White forced the rook trade. Although, you know, the other famous pair is that the rook and bishop are often supposed to be better than the rook and knight, right? And we looked at a possible endgame earlier on if Dominguez had played queen c5 when he was in time trouble. And we saw some danger for black, right? That the white rook could attack a5 and f7 and the knight couldn't get over to the queen side. But after the rooks are traded, the queen and knight are supposed to be better.
Yeah, but still, it was a surprise to me, David, like how quickly this went downhill for White. Like, I mean, you don't necessarily look at this position and think like, okay, in like 3 or, you know, in 5 moves, White resigns, right? So Queen e4, apparently a move the engine didn't like very much.
Right. We'd analyzed this before. What move had we played here?
No, we didn't really play anything. We kind of ended on this. We thought about, I think we started looking at bishop f7. Is that like an option?
I think we had some kind of line. Let me find our analysis.
We actually did look at bishop
Knight
f7.
f4. We'd played bishop f7. That's what you tried, Irina.
Yeah, I tried that.
You tried to just simplify it out like this. And then we thought that black had enough for a draw, but nothing particularly better.
Let's look at the queen endgame. If queen takes f7, queen f4, queen b3. And I just thought in this position, I mean, okay, I guess I have a lot of moves. Like I can start giving checks on c7, but I thought even like, I mean, queen g5 is probably dumb. Yeah, queen g5 is really dumb. It loses immediately to queen h3, and then you get a queen trade and just win. So I suppose, yeah, queen c7, David. Like, of course, let's not be foolish and let's actually check in the queen endgame like we're supposed to. The main defensive technique is making checks. So I don't think the black king is really escaping from these checks.
Doesn't seem like it. I mean, in theory, if black blocked with the queen at some point, you know, the king and pawn ending's winning for black, so white would have to move around the queen. But the other thing is, if you've got your eye on a5, that's always another option, right? Like if king h8, queen check, queen g8, not only do you maybe have just queen f6, queen d8, etc., but if you see that somehow your own f pawn is in your way, right, and you can't finish the game off with this, you do have the queen takes a5 option. You also have f6. I mean, it's like a pretty, like, that pawn's pretty close as well.
So, I mean, bishop f7 was like a really big possibility, and it was the most forcing move on the board for Shaq.
Right.
So he decided not to do it, and apparently chose something that wasn't
centralize the queen
as good. Right. And now something happened here that I think there was some good maneuvering by Linier. Was it king h6 here?
f6.
and then king h6. This, by the way, we're like one move away from the end of the game already here. I know it's like
surprising is what you mean, right? So
yeah,
what
I mean,
happened?
you're looking at this position, you're not thinking it's over in a move. I mean, maybe the knight is strong, but it's interesting he retreated out of the center. So now black's presumably threatening to play queen e5, right?
Yep. Yeah, queen e5 is the main threat. And so
Then you
what
can
did he
start
do?
to take this pawn or play queen e4.
He moves the queen somewhere, yeah?
So he played queen g8, black played queen e5, and white resigned. I guess
Okay.
white was going to give one or two more checks here. And, you know, send the
Yeah.
black king closer to the mating net. And then, I mean, this hasn't helped white at all to bring the black king here.
You know, the black king is excellent on h4. Really, like, look at the dark square control the black has here, guys. And that's exactly what you want to do when you're facing off, you know, against the light squared bishop. You want to take a dark squared strategy to make the bishop less relevant. And
Okay.
but can we just try to understand exactly why he resigned at the end?
Yeah.
Like I'm still.
So I'm
trying-
going to show one
Mm-hmm.
thing prior to this, because there's this question, why did he retreat the queen from the center if the center is good, right? Why not leave the queen in the center? So black can checkmate on g2 if you're not careful. And the other thing that black can do, let's say he just left his queen on e4 to stop checkmates, is black can just go to e5 anyway and offer the queen trades here.
I was going to say he can just take the pawn on h3, David.
Oh,
Not
maybe
a free
so.
pawn.
Sure. Sure. Yeah, there's nothing to stop you from doing that. And then also there's nothing to stop you from following up with queen e5 later.
Yeah, I mean, you do have queen h4 here. So, okay, knight h3, queen h4, you do need to calculate a bit because like white will try to get the pawn back on h5. I wouldn't say that it's over.
But black's got this perfect mechanism with that knight.
Yeah.
And again, covering any g6 tricks. Okay. So yeah, so I mean, white can't just sit in the center. Black actually has a couple ways to win. Queen e5, king h6 to g5. You can sort of round up the f pawn. It's even easier to win with the queen and knight if the knight versus bishop ending is winning, which I think it is here. That means any queen trade you offer can be used to make progress.
Queen e5 is actually a pretty easy win in the end game, I think, because white's bishop basically doesn't have any pawns to attack, and king f6 is coming so fast. Once black wins one pawn, he's gonna be on his way to winning. So I do think this is a very nice and simple continuation for black.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting, David? Like this whole game, I was so excited about the bishop being on c4, and I thought it was a very good piece.
Yeah.
But ultimately, black wins the moment this bishop becomes irrelevant, right? Like the moment he can't be used in the attack and the pawn goes to the dark square, the bishop has lost his power. And we can't really get an attack on the king because we can't get to the g6 square. And yeah, the bishop became irrelevant. You know, the strongest piece that we've been pinning our hopes on has become not very helpful at all, and that's really the main culprit of why white is now on the back foot.
Yeah, I think one of the trickier things in chess for a lot of people to understand is the question of when to put your pawns on the same square as the bishop and when to put them on the opposite color of the bishop. You know, it can be very tricky. If black had had the pawn on f6 when they had rooks on the board, you know, way back, like something like this, if black had a pawn on f6, they would have been in trouble, actually. The bishop has no target, but now you don't have rook g8, right? Now the bishop has access to f7 and g8. White can create attacks based on control of those squares. g6 can become weak. White can post a piece on g6, right? Like there's all these avenues for attack. But then we fast forward here. Once the rooks are off the board, black is very happy to move the pawn off of f7. and take control of the dark squares. And now, you know, white doesn't have any piece coming to G8 to checkmate black. So you wanted to see why he resigned at the end, right?
Yeah, I do. I am curious, like what the exact threat is. I understand white's position is not good and the checks to the king are pointless, but what is the threat? I mean, it's not just
here's
winning
one
at
threat.
5, is it?
Queen f5 is one threat. H3 will also be hanging in a moment.
Yeah. I mean, okay, the total lack of counterplay is a problem for white.
So, I mean, we could try bishop e6 for white if we want.
Well, actually, I do think I see a problem, David. And yeah, like, so the queen to e1, king h2, queen f2, king h1, queen f3. Yeah, I can pick up pawns with check. Okay. Basically, he resigned because he has zero counterplay and he's about to lose all his pawns.
Let's show that line you just said, because I'm going to say like queen f5, we don't need to say too much. That loses a pawn and black continues to improve their position. Every trade wins for black. So let's try bishop e6 and I'll show people what you just calculated, that you can get to h3 all with check. Because that's a nice maneuver. And it shows how the queen and knight can do more than just move back and forth. So there's no queen blocks because of the knight. King here, check. And now whichever direction the king goes, you can get this pawn with check as well.
Yeah.
Right? So king here, we take the pawn with check. Oh, and then, I mean, let's add to it. You know, you mentioned that you could win a queen ending with this check once you're up a pawn. Works here too. So otherwise, king here, we go knight h3 check, king h2, and come back. Right?
Yeah,
Covering
nice
this.
play by Lanier Dominguez in this game, guys. I mean, you know, he lost a quite painful game to Firouzja yesterday. To come back and win with the black pieces shows, I think, real strength of character. And really, he completely turned upside down our predictions for this game, because it looked like Mamedyarov was the one who was coming off of a win, had the white pieces, and suddenly he's the one who gets a setback while Dominguez starts climbing. So yeah, very nice game by Dominguez in the time trouble. He's a very good player, you know, and even though it's hard for everyone to play in time troubles, I feel like overall he pulls it off pretty well.
Yeah, I figured out a problem with my variation, folks, so I just correct it before everyone shouts corrections at me. But this knight check variation and then coming back to f4 is not so good, because queen f8, king here, queen check, king here, queen
draw or checkmate
here, right? Doesn't work out. But one more cool mechanism of the queen and knight, since the knight's covering light squares, this queen e3 intermediate check, that is going to force the white king onto a square where we can take on h3 with the queen, and then queen g4 and everything is under control. So definitely winning there. And everything you said, Irene, about how impressive Dominguez has been in time trouble. Yeah.
So shall we go into our final game still going? Nepo versus Aronian. It's been going on forever in this kind of two pieces versus the rook. And it's been taking Nepo a long time to win. I mean, Aronian has been doing his best to stay in the game and keep up with Wesley So as the tournament leaders, but it's not getting easier for him, is it? Finally, it looks like white is like really close to somehow going 95. Or, okay, he really wants to get to e5. That's the goal.
He's not quite achieving it.
No.
When the king was on b5, would this not have been the moment to play knight e5? I mean, there's so many tricks. There's so many tricks, but
yeah,
here,
there's
knight
still
e5.
G1. Still rook G1.
Oh, it's this, because here there's check, and then your knight is taken away from g6 again.
Yep.
Oh, it is so hard. It is so hard. I mean, it's really making me doubt that I could win this endgame.
Well, so let's see the position. The knight's on f7 and it's black's turn. So we're threatening knight e5, and that's kind of a big threat. So you have to You have to go rook g1.
That would allow king e5 finally crossing.
Finally. Okay. And so for a long time, he just hasn't been able to make that crossing, right? Like
I think what he needs is to somehow like allow knight e5 g6 and then have rook g1 at the end when the knight's on g6. But you would say that white probably wins by playing bishop f4, sacking the b pawn, and then playing knight e5 and g6.
Wait, what are you saying, David, on rook g1?
I mean, I'm thinking you're saying like if I play, say, king b5, you know, knight e5, there's rook g1 there. But even if I just sort of like wait around, knight check here, here, here. I was saying that I think you've claimed that white can probably win the endgame with bishop f4, king b6, and then look at this knight e7. That's got to be the right pattern. I know that from bishop and knight checkmates, right? You box this king, you control the squares you need for this.
He played king d7. So what's the idea of that?
Yeah, king d7.
Looks so drush. Elf. No. Looks like black is hanging on by a thread here.
Well, I mean, it's got to be. Let's just see what the idea is after knight e5. Let's assume that knight e5 gets played, and then let's move this king somewhere.
I think I know the idea, David. It's like
you're
gonna play rook takes e5, king takes e5, king c8, and king d6, and a stalemate.
White goes the wrong way. Seriously though, Irina, I did have the idea that if you ever got a situation like this where it was black's move instead of white's move, that you could start playing moves like rook e4 check.
Oh wow, that's actually very clever, David.
That's actually like relevant. There are situations where this knight is on c5 or e5, and you can literally just like smash your rook, you know.
Nice. No, I think that this is partially an idea that exists on the board, although I really don't know what he wants after like knight e5. So knight e5, how is this not just...
Let's try going after the g pawn here.
So you're going to go with like king e6 or something?
Knight takes king f5.
Yeah, but now your king is going to be so far.
You better win that b pawn in 3 moves, though.
Yeah, I know, right before your king gets back.
This is it.
1 second, let me just think. There. Okay, so what if I just go knight e5? I am going to win your b pawn in 3 moves, I think.
Okay, knight e5, king takes.
And what about knight c4 or knight f7? I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Oh, knight f7, nice, very nice.
Yeah, it's all the
king
same.
here, knight here.
Yeah. Well, it's really funny because the computer is showing that it's just barely better. Like, is that really possible? Barely better? I mean, is your king coming back in time? Like king e6?
I know why. We give a million checks, Irina.
Yeah.
Till the white king goes into a bad position, right? If you stay here, I just keep checking you, right? And if you ever come towards me like this, right, then we play the famous rook d6.
Whoa.
If the king goes to the
wait, that's the famous. How does that work? How that famous rook d6? Can you show me that one?
Yeah. Here. Now you just bring your king over. What? This is like the position that Shanklin resigned against Anish, I think.
Because this one, really? It's like, because the king just goes to c8 and...
Yeah, the king just goes to c8.
Either stalemate him, because I know if the king was on 8, it would be obvious, but like even out here, okay, show the viewers, because this one is not so...
Well, obviously not. I think, I think, you know, a super GM has resigned this position, but basically the point is you can tuck the king on c8. Right? And these squares are covered by the bishop. So at all points, you're either able to move to one of these squares or back, right? And so There's just no way to, there's no way for the
Yeah.
white king to get to C7 or A7, which are kind of like the winning squares.
Yeah, because you're basically always stalemating black.
Yeah. Like here, 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 king D8. That's the furthest we can force the king out.
Yeah.
And if we try and come closer, it's stalemate. You could use your bishop to take away this square and force the king in, and then we get another position that is a stalemate.
Wow. Well, you know, Aronian is, I mean, they're kind of going for this line, David, right? So this is something we might actually see on the board. I mean, he's very resourceful. And I mean, we remember he saved a very bad endgame against Firouzja. Like if he saves this endgame, I will just consider that like amazing, amazing defensive achievement. Like if he can do it.
Yeah. Now chat, I think, was pointing out, we blundered a fork here with king G5, knight F3. Or I blundered it. I blundered it, not we. I blundered this at the beginning of our variation.
You could have thrown in a check somewhere.
So if knight E5, we should play rook D1 check to be correct, right? And the king could go somewhere, I'm not sure where. And then king here. And now, again, you've got knight F7 to D6, but we're in this territory where I'm not sure. I'm not sure that that white can win this. Even though it looks like you get to B7 way before the black king gets there.
Yep. Well, right now, black is going to be doing that check, David.
Okay, so here's where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
In the game, knight E5 has just been played. Now, it's possible that here Aronian had another move. Now that I know about knight F3, now that chat has introduced me to knight F3, it's possible that he had this move. Knight H4, king G5, knight F3, but there is king G4, G6, king H4, G7, rook G1, bishop E5.
Yeah, that's I don't know.
You think that's winning?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. No.
No.
I don't think so. Because the rook can go to G6 and the king can cross. Or even yeah, like, or even
nice.
Like the king will come back and somehow you won't let them win the B7 pawn. So I think you're going to be okay. I actually think that he's in the range of a draw, David, because of that crazy down a piece position. That is a draw. Like, I think this is going to be kind of amazing. Yeah, amazing that he has survived this long.
Wait, Irina, chat's telling me white can try and cross the 6th rank by playing bishop F6 check.
Okay.
Chat is really good.
Yeah, so if I go king H5.
Chat should do the commentary.
But okay, but it's okay. I think, wait, king H5, king E5, king H6. 6, king E6. I'm still okay. I'm still all right.
You're still okay?
I'm okay. You can cross, but I'm still fine. King H7.
Okay.
Because you can't really promote your pawn, and you can't win my B7 pawn.
So the king takes over this, and when this king runs this way, you can cut the king off on a file now.
No, but I just think it's amazing that he is so close, literally going to be one pawn remaining. And with this idea of sacking the rook for the knight, I don't know. I don't think Nepomniachtchi, maybe he's not aware of this yet. It's like very easy to do that.
Aronian didn't blunder king G5, knight F3, right? He played rook D1 here. King C5. And
took the pawn.
Took the pawn.
And now, David, as you're saying, like, so knight F7 or knight C4, the king just comes back, and on knight D6, we start checking, right? Wow. Man, I mean, like, Nepomniachtchi is going to be kicking himself so much if he doesn't win this.
Yeah.
But Aronian, like amazing defender. Yeah. Rook C1, huh? Rook C1, just give a bunch of checks. So what if the king, yeah, and if the king goes in a really bad spot, then I guess like your king will come back e6 and d7. Yeah, is that the point,
Yeah.
David?
Okay, Irina. So yeah, and Nepo was at the tournament, by the way, where Shanklin resigned against Geary in a related position to this. He was at that tournament. It was at Wake on Zay in 2019. I'm going to send you a link to that game so you can see how it compares. This is going to be Sam Shanklin's most famous game ever. I would send it to chat, but I'll get moo-botted. So chat, you guys know how to speak in pictures. You can probably find Anish Giri versus Sam Shanklin 2019 Wake on Zay using your browsers.
Yes.
You see that position?
Yeah.
Sam resigned because his knight was trapped on h3, but the game is still a draw even without his knight.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Absolutely crazy.
Super Ginger thinks I can do it. I don't think I can. I'm gonna get muted or something. It's not even a chess.com link. Permitted. Thanks. I was afraid nobody had yet typed permit. Okay, here they are. King b5, rook b1, king a4. So he knows not to cross back onto the d file maybe and not allow this, but rook b1.
Okay, so king a4. At some point, you know, you can just probably go king e6 and king d7.
Yeah, if this king gets like to a2 or something.
Yeah. Okay, but actually king a4 is quite clever, right? So how do we draw from here?
So rook check, right? King b3. And now maybe this is maybe the maximum distance. So we try and bring the king, knight b7,
king d7,
and king d7, and
knight. You don't have knight a5,
king c6, and we've got rook b1 takes b7.
Right.
You know what's funny is if white played, oh no, I mean we even have king takes bishop. Yeah, there's just nothing.
Yeah. So he basically gives one check, which he's given, and the king will probably go to b3, since there's not much else of a choice. Ah, wow. King b3. Okay, so king b3, king e6. Go ahead. Let's look at that again.
King b3 has just been played.
Yeah, there's really no way you can get out with your knight, though, is there? Like from b7, where you go? Maybe you can go to d8, David, but can we try that?
Yeah, we can try that. So that would be king e6 here, knight b7, king d7, knight d8, and then king c8.
Right.
Would be what I would try from the black side of this. And now I need to keep b7 covered with my rook, basically.
Yeah, the problem is that white is like always on the verge of somehow losing the b6 pawn to some sack, and can't really move anything freely, right? Can't really move anything. The king can't really join in. The bishop can never move again. The pawn can't move.
Your bishop needs to be close enough to defend the pawn, but when you play b7, you don't want black to take your bishop, right? So
yeah, like he's basically made himself a draw. Like I think we're seeing a real miracle today, David, and just I am so astonished that Levon drew this really terrible end game where, I mean, he had to suffer for so long, but you know, that kind of resourcefulness, just play on, and then suddenly you get a draw. Obviously his task was much harder than Wesley's today. And I would reckon, just based on this game, like I'm already ready to make my prediction that Aronian is going to be the winner of this tournament.
You mean he's going to come out ahead tomorrow or in the tiebreak?
Either. It
Okay.
might be tomorrow or it might be in the tiebreak, but I think he's going to come out ahead because, as you see, there's the expression "lucky like a first place winner," and he's already had a couple of, you can call it lucky, right? Because I do consider part of it is obviously some luck, but he's earning that luck, right? From extremely resourceful defense, and someone who saves positions like this usually wins first place in a tournament.
Yeah. I mean, there's also the question of like exhaustion versus like being at the top of your game, right? Like Wesley had the easiest day today, so to speak. King E6, he chooses the moment to approach with the king now. Wesley had like the easiest day, but Levon is going to feel like, very accomplished.
Yes. No, yeah, of course it's that, but fortunately it's just one game a day and not two that he has to play like this. Wow, he just played Rook C1. That's a bit weird. Oh, he wants to just take on C7 and play King D7.
Oh, he's threatening Rook takes C7.
It's a really easy draw, isn't it?
Right. So like on Knight A5, for example, take, boom. Okay, I hadn't looked at this Rook C1 move. So what else could White play? Knight D8 check, B7. Knight D8 check, he'll go king to D7. And then on B7, his king can take instead of the rook. He covers B8. And on anything else, basically, he plays rook takes bishop. Well, I suppose there's Knight E6, king takes knight, B7, rook B1. One last detail. Important.
Yeah, Rook C1 is a very neat little move, again, by Aronian. I like it.
Rook C1. So the other option is basically you move the bishop away somewhere, but careful where you move it because he's got rook B1 to B6.
Right. You actually can't move the bishop, right?
I mean, it's just in too close quarters here, right? The king is just in its face.
Yeah. Well.
I think that's it. I mean, Aronian's got it locked in.
Yeah, overall, I think this has been a pretty disappointing tournament for Nepo. I mean, he blew a very nice position yesterday, not winning this winning position. I think that he's just had opportunities along the way that he hasn't quite used, So not his best event, but for Aronian, I mean, sometimes it's games like this, right, that just make all the difference.
Yeah. I mean, he had a great win against Firouzja early on, Nepo did.
Yeah.
But yeah, the last few rounds have been a bit tough.
I mean, yeah, that was a highlight of his tournament for sure. The win over Firouzja, and that was a really good game. But overall, if you look at the whole way, and I remember even the way he started the tournament against Deak with White, he didn't quite use his chances there, I think. And that kind of fizzled out pretty quickly into a draw. So, yeah, so a bit disappointing for him.
Yeah. Irina, we've forgotten to make all our announcements today, so maybe I'll take this moment before the round's over to make some of our chess.com announcements. Maybe I can throw them all out there. Better to do that than to not do it at all, right? So the Rapid Chess Championships, chess.com Rapid Chess Championships. If someone's not aware, this is an event with just the top players in the world playing every Saturday and Sunday on chess.com up to now. It continues this weekend, features the best players in the world. Fabiano Caruana is in the lead in the season standings with Hikaru Nakamura second behind him. So that gives you a sense of the caliber. They play sort of a Swiss on Saturday and a knockout on Sunday. And Fabi and Hikaru have been in that knockout, time and time again. And that starts every Saturday and Sunday morning at 9 a.m. Pacific time. Okay. Another thing, chess.com's Global Championship That's your chance to play alongside the world's best players for a title, the title of global chess champion. And in fact, you'd be the first global chess champion if you won that one. Tantalizing, perhaps. But yeah, not only can you participate in chess.com's largest chess tournament ever, but there are non-titled qualifiers every Sunday through the end of July, so everyone can participate. And if you do well, let's say you don't become the global champion, because, as Danny said, realistically, it's going to be Magnus Carlsen. It's not going to be Elf Matthews or Sir Flurg. If you do well, but don't become global champion, at least, you'll have to play some GMs eventually to get put in your place. So that's the global championship. Could be fun to participate in. And another upcoming event here on Chess TV is going to be the candidates coverage. Part of the excitement here is watching the 4 candidates, Nepo, Caruana, Firouzja, Rapport, and they'll be playing the candidates tournament in June. And you can see them all along with Hikaru Nakamura. And the winner of that tournament will get the chance to face Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship. So Magnus will not be playing in the candidates. But for that broadcast, we'll have live video feed here on chess.com for the candidates tournament. So that's going to be a really well-produced show. Very exciting. You can check that out. And the last thing I would mention to everybody is that today there's going to be a I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship match between Kostya Kavutsky and James Canty, the third. So they'll be playing at 11 a.m. Pacific, which is in 1 hour and 17 minutes. So that's one other cool piece of chess coming your way today, everybody. Irina, you look bemused as I rattle off 6 ads in a row.
No, I got amused at the way, when you said James Canty the third, and I started thinking about how it would sound if, Irina Krush the fifth.
Right. If Irina Krush the fifth were competing for her 12th U.S. Women's Championship title 127 years from now.
Yeah, no, I thought that was just really funny.
Yeah.
Yes. Well,
I had this question in my head, like, am I being incomplete by not giving these players their titles? Like IM, FM. Normally when I see James Canty, you see FM James Canty. He also goes by GM Canty. So I was like, should I call him FM Canty, GM Canty? And I was like, you know what? I'll just call him the third because I think that's also part of his full appellation.
Oh, that's funny, David. Yeah. Okay. I mean, so Nepo, he's still thinking, and he's finally stuck in thought, realizing that he has thrown away this huge advantage that he had. And by the way, guys, as we're looking at this position, this is always a good time to throw us some questions, to end our day on, anything that we haven't had a chance to cover yet. And David, when is your match in the championship?
My match is next Thursday, 6 days from now, 10 a.m. Pacific.
Now, which date is that? Do you remember?
Yeah, that's going to be May 19th.
Mm-hmm.
May 19th. And there's going to be a better player in that match. So for anyone who's not enticed to watch me play, there's going to be Shuvalova. So.
Oh, you playing Shuvalova?
Yeah. So she's a good player to watch.
Nice. She's good. Yeah, she's a good blitz player. That's definitely going to be interesting.
Yeah. And Irina, one of my favorite Twitch chatters of all time is Chess Lover. And it's a great username too, right? So my original ICC username was I Love Chess. That was my name. Yeah. So Chess Lover and we've got a lot in common. Chess Lover asks the question, since you want open questions now, ask the question, so many guys name their sons, so-and-so the second or third or whatever.
Yeah.
But why don't women name their daughters like that?
Yeah, really interesting. Well, it's interesting. I mean, from my personal opinion, I wouldn't exactly, probably wouldn't bless, the idea of if my husband wanted to name my child his own name. Actually, I mean, I wouldn't be too much, too enthused about that. I would be like, can't we just think of something else? I mean, what do you got? you and the family, right? So can't even say I really understand it. I mean, I have nothing against people doing it. I just feel like it's there's many nice names. Irina Crush Jr. I mean, it does sound kind of nice, but we'll see.
Would you want your kid to have your last name, if not your full name, and a junior?
I honestly, I would. I really do like my last name, and I think it would be cool for it to continue. I am willing to make a compromise, though. Like if I ever get married and have kids, like I would be willing to compromise on that with my partner. Like first child, he can have my husband's last name, but the second child, if we get one, like my last name. I think that sounds pretty fair. What do you think, David?
I know a family like that where they gave the boy the mother's last name and the daughter the husband's last name. It worked out for them. They were cool people and a cool family. So
I think it's pretty nice. I mean, I understand the idea of having one name for everyone in the family. Is just kind of like simple, and maybe
it's easier to say like the Crushes are coming over or something like that. And then you're like, oh, I know who's coming.
Yes. But I would try to fight for that a little bit, but it hasn't come yet to that battle, David. So
You haven't reached that point.
No.
We gave our kids my partner's name and not mine. So
wow.
So if you're scanning the kids tournaments one days for like little junior Pruses or whatever, you won't find them.
Interesting. Was that like your idea or your wife's, or like?
It was my partner's preference. Yeah, I let her go with her preference.
Yeah, well, it's good to compromise, I think, on things. The Crushes are coming. Yeah, I like that. The Crushes are coming for dinner. That sounds great. Hide the dishes.
Yeah. Well, all right. Unless our producer screams something in our ears, we could probably wrap this up. The king and knight position has been agreed to a draw, and we don't have much else for you today other than, we could look at the standings and say who needs to do what in round 9. Of course, by now you guys probably know when round 9 will be. It'll be tomorrow morning is it at a different time tomorrow?
Oh,
an hour early, right? They threw a wrinkle. Okay. I'm sorry. It's not so easy, folks. Tomorrow's round will start at 4 a.m. Pacific, 7 a.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. in Romania.
Yeah.
We
really don't have any mercy on the commentators, David, do they?
Yeah. So you who are you commentating with tomorrow, Irina?
Is it not you, David?
It is not me.
No,
I will be commentating with my pillow.
Yeah, that's lucky you. But I don't know who it's going to be. I guess it's going to be a surprise for me.
Okay, we'll find out. They'll rustle up somebody great. And somebody who likes mornings. Okay, Fiona.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. We're going to have a double female team tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, that's right. It says there was no one scheduled for May 14th. So that'll be pretty cool. I've never commentated with Fiona, guys. And so
she's a lovely person. You'll get along well.
Yeah, that sounds good. Well, David, if this is your last day for this tournament, I just want to say thank you. I've really enjoyed my days commentating with you, and I think we've had a lot of fun.
Yeah, likewise. It's been a great week for me. Really enjoyed the chess and getting into some of these positions. And I always like being dazzled by the ideas the players come up with. And actually, I've had a very heavy chess week because, even when we're not watching this, I've been studying a lot of chess this week. So it's been pretty nonstop.
Should we just go over the standings before we go to let people know what is at stake tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so. The top two, Aronian and So, took opposite paths to a draw today. So played for about 20 minutes. Aronian played for the full 5 hours, or however many hours we've played. I always get it wrong. And so they are still tied for first place. Maxime also drew, perhaps mild disappointment for him because he had white against the lowest rated player and wasn't able to improve his chances. So still looking hard for him to catch up with Wesley and Levon tomorrow. And the winner today was Lanier Dominguez, who bounced back from his loss yesterday. Another time pressure win today. He makes it back up to an even score while sending Mamedyarov back down to the basement with rapport. And
well, David,
yeah.
can I just add, you know, in terms of the pairings we can look forward to, I mean, Wesley So is going to be playing Lanier Dominguez, I believe, with the black pieces, since he was white today. So, you know, Lanier Dominguez, very solid player. He's going to be playing white, and, you know, Wesley, solid player. I assume that game will head towards a draw, and it could really open up the path for Levon Aronian, who's going to get white against Shaq, who right now, yes, really strong player, but he has lost 3 games in this tournament. He's shown himself to be quite vulnerable, and that is a real opportunity for Levon, I think. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, well, I don't think he has the easiest pairing. You know, well, there are no easy pairings here, but he's playing Alireza Firouzja. So he also is going to have his chance to, who knows, even catch these guys. I mean, it's totally possible. There could be a 3-way tie for first. It's within the realm of possibility, if not the most likely scenario, of course. And I still will go with my prediction that Levon has the best chances to win this tournament.
Great. That's a great prediction. Good reasoning to it. We'll be excited to see how that turns out tomorrow. And yeah, from New York and San Francisco, we bid all of you a great day. Cheers, everybody.